Hello. We are starting earlier than ever before, but we are starting. How are you? You and you, all three of you. Especially you. You're my favorite. You've always been my favorite. The most favorite ever. So, it's happened. Everything that I've ever this predicted that would happen happened. I'm like the big predictor of things that are about to happen. Since there is basically nobody right now in the audience, I might as well start by doing all the segments that nobody cares about. The Polish ones, Poland, the politics of which nobody really cares about. Or we'll see. Hello, Montana Schmidbauer. I don't think it works like that on the on YouTube, but there you go. Your wish is my command. Your wish is my command. You type in site, I type in the site for you. I provide. You've got a One Piece logo. Does that mean that you're a Hassan Piker viewer? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I shouldn't. I shouldn't. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, Montana Schmidbauer. Are you a new viewer? I'm not sure if I've ever seen you on the stream. I think you might be a new viewer. In which case, I will ask you, how did you discover Lucy Haze? Why am I wearing these? I'm not listening to anything. It's just a bad habit of weighting my head with things. You know? I'm gonna show you another book today. It's gonna be a glorious book. Bro? Wait, who are you calling bro? I'm a trans woman. Don't call me bro. Don't call me bro. I'm not a bro. I'm not a bro. Does Lucy sound like a bro name to you? She just got broed by a German. Exactly. How could you do this? Hello, Malaki. Hello. I got broed. I don't know how to feel about that. It's a cis name, exactly. Well, even a German can be wrong. True. That's true. Even a German. Oh, hello. A demon mama calling stream introduced me. Decided to subscribe and watch some videos and VODs yesterday, and here I am. Oh, nice. So since we're in a warm-up period, I can now ask you, how did you like the VODs? What is your favorite? And how do you like the Haze experience? How do you like the Lucy Haze experience? How's the war in Ukraine going? We're gonna talk about that today. We're gonna talk about war in Ukraine today. Some smartass in the chat was trying to make a case that no genocidal war is being waged against Ukraine, and that I must be silly to believe that Russia wants to kill 30 million people. Which people really don't understand what genocide is and isn't. So I feel like I need to transform my channel into a genocide channel and explain to people point by point what a genocide is and what it isn't. Because ridiculous. Ridiculous. Even during the conference, the speaker that said that there was a genocide ongoing in Ukraine said it's a type of genocide that most people are not familiar with when they think genocide. No, Russia does not want to literally murder 40 million Ukrainians. I know too much about Ukraine right now. Don't want to spoil your segments. Oh no. I wanna. If you wanna fuel my big goals, then you should subscribe and donate. I am Polish Jewish, yes. Okay. Should we have music for these sort of things? Today I'm gonna talk about Poland as well. I bet you don't know anything about Poland. I bet. Uh, we live, we love, we lie. So I bet you don't know anything about Poland. Poland got invaded by Germany. I mean, the Polish far right seems to believe it. Polish far right seems to believe that Poland has been invaded by the new German Empire and that the new German Empire has installed a new regime in Poland led by Donald Tusk. So I know that Warsaw is the capital of Poland. That is true. It used to be Krakow though. That's true. I am your Polish expert. When it comes to... That's an old callback. When it comes to Poland, I am your expert. I just am. Here you go. How do you like that? How do you like them apples? If you're a hardcore viewer, then you know what this meme means. When it comes to Poland, I am your expert. I just am. NSE memes. Maybe I should have not so erudite on stream. Chat, right? Chat right in the chat if you want me to talk to not so erudite on stream about expertise. That's true. I shouldn't make jokes like that because I get permanent warnings. I get permanent warnings from joking like that. So I better not. I better not tempt fate. I am Jewish, yes. Polish Jewish. So what do you think? Should we or should we not have not so erudite on one stream? Is not so erudite your favorite streamer? Wait, let me see. Let me just listen into myself and see how loud I am. I'm feeling this weird tingling and this weird lightheadedness. Okay. Oh, nice. Okay. So how are you? I think I've already asked, but you know. And nobody answered my question. Everybody ignored. I mean, I've got other amazing guests that I can invite to the stream if you don't want not so erudite. I can invite Steven, who is streaming right now. And he's gonna have a debate. Oh yeah. You know what? We're gonna start this stream with a bang. It's a debate stream, apart from the segments and stuff. It's gonna be a debate stream. I chat through my phone and died. I enjoyed them. Good background noise while I played Monster Hunter World. As good as all the other political background noises I watch. Wow. What if I did political background while playing Monster Hunter World? How would you feel about content like that? How would you feel about content like that? I don't know them enough to choose. You don't know Destiny and Natural Area Died? Really? Is that true? I know Destiny. Would you like me to have Destiny on stream? Oh my gosh, where's that? I'm trying to find a nice debate, but... Oh, there we go. Oh gosh. I'm gonna watch a debate. Would inspire me to go ham in Monster Hunter World while watching. It would be very enjoyable. I think I'm gonna install Monster Hunter World right now. I think I'm going to install. Wait. How much memory have I got on my hard drives? My viewers' wishes are my wishes, as they say. Monster Hunter. Wait, don't I have Monster Hunter World? I've only got Monster Hunter Rise. How about Monster Hunter Rise? Would you like to watch me play Monster Hunter Rise? It's a newer one. You should play Mario Kart Wii because I do. Wii? Like on Nintendo Wii? I mean, I could. Okay. Are you excited for a debate? Somebody should debate me. Call-ins are open. If you want to debate me or anything, call in and debate me. It's gonna be fun. I love debates. I'm such a debater. Going mask off when you're proven wrong. Super Mario RPG? I would love to play that. And I will. On stream. Oh boy. Okay. I'm ready. Oh boy. Oh wait. That's already out? The Super Mario RPG remake remaster? Oh my gosh, I didn't know that was already out, but that's on the Wii, isn't it? I'd have to buy the or get the Wii from my friend. Okay. As always, this is a trans debate. What would I debate you about? Your choice. You're challenging me. I have to get a Switch. Help me get a Switch by donating. Though I will probably spend it on something else. I have very ambitious plans.
Hello, how old are you?
10. I'm 10 years old. Oh, wait. I'm gonna show you some nice video games while we play. I'm 10. And counting. I am 10 and counting. I have to find. Oh my gosh. Okay, what is this? This is the game we're gonna be playing with the debates. What's that? But too many things on the OBS. I have problem choosing. Oh my god. I'm so annoyed. Okay, it's called just Fightcade. Where is it? Really?
Are you ready? Go.
Oh my god. Okay, there we go. Now we're gonna do the debate. Game is very loud. Is it?
Yo, I'm 19.
No, it's not loud now, I think.
How are you doing?
What year were you born?
2004.
Okay. Well, what do you lose by calling them trans women?
Well, to me personally, I grew up always with like.
It takes away your soul, is the problem. Might not respond to questions. Oh my gosh.
Like all this trans stuff, trans women, trans male. This is like adopted by Western society.
True.
I did not grow up with this, so I do not believe that in any way.
True.
What do you do?
Same.
I didn't grow up with IMAX movies. Should I not believe in IMAX movies?
I don't believe in that in
That has
any
nothing
way,
to do with this
shape, or
because
form.
IMAX movies is actual movies.
True.
Transgender people
Are fake.
are.
You know,
switching
trans
their
people have
biological
existed
sex.
throughout most of time and
True.
in places other than the West. such as ancient
Yeah, but
Egypt.
now-
There were trans people.
I don't exist.
When? What
I'm
time
fake.
period?
Ancient Egypt, that time period.
Ancient Egypt?
Yes.
Do you have a source for that?
Yeah, I'll pull it up. For
I
you.
do have a source of trans Egypt existing.
There was. Okay, yeah. That is true. There was a
there was an
story
Egypt.
back during the time of Prophet Lut where there was a whole village full of like
Trans women.
LGBTQ people, and now
They got arrested.
days, like look at Western society. I just want to show you an example. See how normalized it is nowadays.
True.
So now like
Yeah.
they're targeting children. They want to teach it in school and children.
Oh,
Children
no.
don't have the proper mindset to like know who they are. Don't you think that it's wrong to be teaching that
True.
to children?
should.
No, actually, when we look at like how children develop gender as a concept in their brains, children develop their own internal sense of gender between the ages of 3 and 4.
Bro, when I was 3 and 4, I didn't even know it existed on this
Did you know you were a boy at 3? Because
Yeah,
I knew I was a
'cause
boy
I
at
was-
3.
I was a little child. I didn't even know.
Oh,
it
okay.
existed.
So you knew you
I
were a
don't have-
boy.
you don't
So when
have
I said that
proper
children, so when I
consciousness.
said that children have a sense of their own gender, I was right because you knew you were a boy at 3, just like I knew I was a boy at 3.
Bro, this generation is so lost.
Okay, that's
True.
not a response.
What is this
I know it's
generation?
the truth.
That's not a response.
I know, but it's the
That's
truth.
no, that's you trying to.
By
not
this
respond to the
generation,
actual-
do you mean the generation of people born in 2004 or what? Should I play the Cult of the Lamb? You should do a donation then. How much is Cult of the Lamb?
Whoa.
Mm-hmm.
Debate
What was the debate? What was the point?
that children
Before I said that.
children, according to many psychological research, specifically from like the American Psychiatric Association, have an internal sense of gender that starts within them from the ages of 3 and develops through, and it's usually developed by 4, and then their gender identity can be fully like doved out around age 7.
Okay. Tell me why children, of course they know what gender they are because they're either born guys or girls. So they know they're either a guy or a girl. Once you start teaching them and telling them, oh, you can change your gender, you could do this, you could be whatever you want to be, then they're going to be like, all right, bet. Let me be this, let me be this, let me be this. And just allowing it, just accepting it. You know, there was a change. There's this 16-year-old, like, that's like a teenager. Like, they know what they're doing. They switched from male to female. They regretted it after, like, by the time they were older, because they were just going through some phase, because that's teenagers, you know. They killed themselves because of it, because of how
what?
badly they regretted that decision.
Yeah,
do you have a
source on this?
That? I can find it. Yeah, hold on. Let
Okay,
me pull
find
my
it.
laptop.
Whole crowds of detransitioners. Mm-hmm.
Wait, sorry. I'm just turning on my laptop right now.
Nice, thank you. Do lurk. Yes, please, thank you. Boom. Oh no, don't say that. Oh my gosh, Rob Fortune. Don't say that.
All right, it's right here. Hold on. Sorry. I'm just going on the site. Taylor Alisana, 16-year-old living in a California home, took her life. A trans teen who took her life earlier in the month because of a hashtag trend. Her name was Taylor. from ABC News. Do you consider
She
ABC
took her
News
life because
reputable?
she was trans and people bullied her for being trans,
Because-
not because she regretted her decision.
Hold on.
What the hell?
Oh, she got bullied. There's others.
So she was a trans girl
Slap, slap,
who took her life because
Slap,
people
slap.
bullied her
slap, slap.
in school. People like you caused her to kill herself.
Why are you assuming that
Oh.
I'm bullying trans people?
Your rhetoric.
Huh?
I'm making an inference based on the rhetoric that
Slap,
you
slap.
use.
Isn't that like super old? The whole butcher
Alright, well,
operation.
you got that inference right, but like, I'm still trying to.
I know I got the inference right. So you tried to say, hey, look at these people that are killing themselves because they weren't actually trans, and instead you pulled up someone that killed themselves because of people like you.
Damn.
Great.
I pulled up.
That really proves your
something.
point.
Okay, alright, bro.
Uh-oh. Gotcha,
I've seen this one before. I just gotta find. You're telling me you don't think at all that that possibility is like there when you're influencing it on children, letting children
Slap, slap.
Letting
Think whatever they
children
wanna
what?
do.
Be themselves.
letting them be whoever they want to be. Let's say they're born a guy, oh, they want to switch to a girl all of a sudden.
Switch to a girl. That
The
sounds
regret
so bad.
rate of people who
You
transition
wanna switch to
on
a
the
girl.
high end is 3% of people.
You wanna switch to a girl. I'm just switching to a girl. You see?
It's just so cap.
Great. So you don't have a
Great.
response to that?
My response is you're a fucking faggot.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Oh, you motherfuckers are faggots too. Y'all
Yep.
are.
Just admit that
Y'all
you
are
can't debate.
fucked on some next
You got
shit.
you got caught being wrong and couldn't debate. Happens all the time. When
Damn.
they realize that they're dumb, they lash out.
Hehe, gotcha.
That's all they have is slurs.
That was so short, but thank God we've got another from the same person. I love those debates as warm up. It's like it warms my soul.
Bonus stage.
This is
Nowadays.
also about It's all about trans issues. Like, goddamn, transphobes are so obsessed.
I
Uh-oh.
don't.
Oh, okay. So
What's
what do
it-
chromosomes
what's it-
have to do with gender?
Gender's a mental construct.
Okay, that doesn't answer my
A
question.
mental
What does
construct.
chromosomes have to do with gender?
You're basically saying mind over matter is what you're proposing right now.
So you do think gender and sex is the same thing?
No, I don't. Sex
Why
is
did you bring?
biological.
So why did you bring up
Biological-
chromosomes?
Because sex is biological. They do not have the chromosomes to accumulate being a woman.
Am I talking
Accumulate
about sex
being
here
a
or gender?
what? They don't have the chromosomes to accumulate being a woman. I love it when the brightest of the brightest enter to discuss trans issues. I accumulate my woman vibes through the chromosomes. You don't have the chromosomes to accumulate being a woman. Same, but you know, it's
Gender is a mental
KO.
construct.
Am I talking about sex or am I talking about gender?
Are we just gonna make this the imaginary world of whoever's triggered nowadays? Is that
What?
what we're doing?
Am I triggered all of a sudden? Is asking you questions being triggered?
true, yeah.
Since when?
No, but you're defending delusion.
I'm defending
Oh.
delusion. So you think gender is delusion?
So somebody born as a man, saying
No
that
one's
there's
born
something
as a man.
other than Being a man. What the?
Yeah,
Okay.
no one,
What
no one's
the-
ever been born a man.
Sorry,
What?
male
Wait.
or female? Sorry.
Who's triggered now? What the? What the? What the F?
Sure, people are born male and female all the time.
So if somebody is born male or female and they declare that they're the opposition, that is
The opposition?
acceptable. in
Is
science.
anyone claiming to be anyone that's male claiming to be female, or are they claiming to be women?
What is the opposition? Oh my gosh, I want to join the opposition of to male or female. Oh my god. You declare you're joining the opposition.
What do you lose by calling trans women women?
You're so-
Looks like I didn't say trans female, did I?
Now you're just pivoting.
I'm pivoting.
What?
No, this when did this change? Did this change since I put it up here?
Is a trans woman a woman?
Yes.
Is woman a gender or a biological construct?
Gender.
Okay, so if I look up the chromosomal definition between women and men, it's going to
Women
show
don't
me
have
what?
chromosomes.
IQ? It's going to show me IQ level?
Woman is not a chromosome thing. That would be sex, specifically genotypic sex. If you don't know the difference between genotypic sex,
my
phenotypic
God.
sex, and gender, I can't really help you there. But this is like
I know
biology
I know
101.
You can't help me. They literally teach this stuff in 3rd grade.
Yes. Do you want me to read you? Do you want me to read you directly out of like a neuroscience book, like how they define these things?
Do you want me to read you out of a psychology book how it's classified as a mental illness, gender
It's not.
dysphoria?
It's not.
No,
It's
it
classified as
actually
a
is.
disorder. Go ahead, read me. Go ahead, read me out of a psychology
All right, hold
book.
on.
Where? Go ahead. I want you to read me
Okay.
where it claims that gender dysphoria is a mental illness. Go ahead.
Damn. Uh-oh.
Into the heat of battle. Go for it.
Wait, why did it
All
go
right,
so
ready? Hold on.
quiet? What is it
Yep.
so
What's
quiet?
the book?
Hadouki. Okay, come
All right, sorry, I
on.
had to screen grab it. Can you put me on the big screen?
What's the name of the book?
It's the Oxford Dictionary. It outdates anything you're going to bring up.
A dictionary
What?
is not a psychology book.
What the hell?
No, a dictionary is established for universal verbiage and understanding.
No,
so therefore
dictionaries.
they have to-
Dictionaries are descriptive, not prescriptive. So this doesn't work. You said you would show me. You said you would show me out of a psychology book that gender dysphoria is a mental illness, but you can't do that.
I can show you just based off simple definition.
You told me you would
It's
pull
not
me
easy.
out of a psychology book that gender dysphoria was mental illness, so you can't do that.
No, in order for a psychology book to be accredited,
Uh-huh.
they have to go by a recognized language.
No, that's not what happens.
What?
That's not
No,
how
really,
that
that
works.
is what happens.
No,
I went to
no,
college
it's
for
not.
creative writing, buddy.
No, it's
You don't
not.
get to sit there and read
Are
name
dictionaries
something else.
quick question? Are dictionaries descriptive or prescriptive?
They're descriptive. but it's
Okay,
based
so
off
it doesn't.
universal
So wait, so
understanding
it
of
doesn't
certain
matter if a
something.
dictionary says something, right? Because dictionaries are only descriptive. They only describe how words are commonly used. They don't describe how
cat
words
a
are
dog?
supposed to be used.
Is a cat a dog?
Depends on who's speaking.
Yeah, somebody's mentally ill and somebody's not.
Yeah, let's
Eel.
take a look at your Oxford Dictionary.
A mental eel. I would love to be a mental eel.
Let's take a
There you
look.
go.
Let's take a look. I don't see mental illness.
Distress.
I don't see mental illness on that.
Unhappiness.
Doesn't say mental illness.
Unhappiness. Mental state.
Doesn't say mental
Mental
illness.
disorder.
Doesn't say mental
Mental
illness.
disorder.
Mental disorders are not mental illnesses.
No, they actually are.
No, they're not.
You want me to show you the definition of disorder in Oxford too?
Go ahead. Pull up the definition of disorder all you want. You said, just again, you said, I'll pull it up out of a psychology book, and you couldn't do that. Just FYI, you couldn't do that.
I tried to make it something you wouldn't debunk. but
Disorder
apparently,
is
you know,
just
Oxford-
defined as a
Oxford
state of
Dictionary is
confusion.
debatable.
Disorder is just
All right,
defined
hold
as a
on, I'll
state
look
of
up a psychology
confusion, so
book that
not
you
a
can
mental.
discredit.
Oh yeah, no, pull up a psychology book. I was waiting for that. That's what you said you were going to do, but then you pivoted and
No, I
didn't
know,
do
because you're
that.
just going to sit there and say that source is
Uh-huh.
biased. That's
Or
why
you
it's not
couldn't
the
find it.
Oxford.
Or you couldn't find it. Let's be honest.
No,
You
no.
weren't going to find it.
I'm looking.
I'm
Go ahead and look.
looking.
You couldn't find it, so you pulled up something that also doesn't call it a mental illness. It only calls it a disorder, which is a state of confusion or a disrupt in systematic functioning. So you couldn't even find that. This is embarrassing for you. Yes, we also know, guys, you don't have to be have dysphoria to be trans, and that cis people can experience gender dysphoria as well.
I wasn't saying it's indicative of one particular type. I was saying it was of that one.
I'm just waiting for the psychology book that says it's a mental illness.
Well, here I'll go UK National Health and Science.
UK National Health and Sciences a psychology book now?
It is a health organization.
Is it a psychology book?
It's freaking mental professionals.
Is it a
Of the
psychology
UK.
book, like you said?
What is a book?
You said you were going to show me a psychology book. You're showing me a website.
What is a book? Okay, all right, fuck it. No book. I'm just using simple definitions. I'm using actual, doctors.
Okay.
Is that not credible?
Okay, so you've conceded that you can't find a book. Now you're going to use. Now you're saying you're going to use doctors instead. So what's the website you're on now?
It's right here.
Give me the name of the site.
Go and look. It's right there.
Give me the name of the site.
You're a fucking child. Look at your screen.
I don't know why you can't just. Your box is small, and I'm not making it big again. Just tell me what the name of the site is.
I know you're not making it a big again because I
I
showed
don't
you to
know.
look like
I don't know what. I don't know
time.
why it's so hard for you to just tell me the name of the site.
Look at it.
I
This
don't
is
know
the
why
reason
it's
why you
so-
believe
I don't know why
religion,
it's
because
so-
you're
Oh
my
afraid to
God.
look at
I don't know
contradictory
why it's
sources.
so hard for you to just give me the name of the site.
I don't know why it's so hard for you to roll your neck over and look.
I don't know. Is it just because if I look at the site, it's going to tell you that you're wrong again?
Uh-oh.
Is
No,
that
it's
why you
actually
won't? Is
stating
that why you won't
otherwise.
tell me? Is that why you won't tell me the name of the site?
What a weird conversation.
Is that why you won't look? That's
What's the-
probably why you won't look.
Why don't you just tell me the name of the website?
That's probably why you only look at medical research provided by trans people or part of the LGBTQ
What?
Yeah.
community and nothing else.
Here, let's do this. We'll expand you. The
There
name of
you
the site.
go.
The name of the
Thank you.
site still isn't here. The name of the site still isn't on here. So why don't you tell me the name of the site? Look, do you see the name of the website? I don't. So why don't you tell me the name of the website?
NHS.
Oh, NHS. NHS. So like I have up here NHS, and you're saying that NHS is claiming that gender dysphoria is a mental illness. That's crazy.
Well, look.
When you control F
Look at the definition.
on the NHS for gender dysphoria, mental illness isn't there. It's not even. They don't even have mental illness on the page. It's not even on the page.
Look on the definition, dumbass.
Where does it say mental illness?
Are those indicative of mental health?
Where does it say mental illness? That's what I'm
Where
asking
does it
you.
imply that it's a healthy mental
Where
construct?
does it say it's a mental illness? It
my
doesn't.
God.
You made the claim. Now
True.
you haven't been. Now you've pulled up two
Consider
sources
sub-
that don't
this
agree
is
with you. Are you going to try to pull another
subscribing
one?
to
You said that it's going to tell me
Yeah,
it's a
they
mental
actually
illness.
do- they
It
do
doesn't
agree
tell
with
me
me.
it's
You're
a mental
illiterate.
illness. It doesn't
You're
tell me.
illiterate.
Go ahead, read the whole thing. Read the whole thing. Tell me where it says it.
Gender dysphoria is a term that describes a sense of unease, mental illness of a person that
Doesn't say
can't
mental
read the
illness.
rest.
Doesn't say mental illness. You're just adding in words.
Dissatisfaction may lead to
You're
depression.
adding
and
in words.
anxiety.
May lead to mental illnesses. It may lead to a mental illness like depression. It may lead to a mental illness like anxiety, but it is not. It may lead to
So,
it,
why
but it is
would
not
somebody
it.
go-
It may
why would
lead.
somebody go
What?
to the-
Read me that sentence again. I'm sorry. Read me that sentence
Hey,
again.
fascist,
Read me
shut
that
up.
sentence
I'm
again.
talking.
Read me the sentence again. Go ahead. May lead to.
Lead to.
Doesn't mean that it is
Okay.
indicative of. So guess what? That is three
oh.
times you've been proven wrong.
So
Bye.
somebody
3 times you've been proven wrong. See ya. 3 times. 3 times you've been proven wrong. You had to specifically add words to the definition to try to prove yourself right. So you added words to it. You literally had to throw in your own words to try to prove yourself right.
That is so
Because you can't
pathetic.
prove yourself right. Your own sources proved you wrong.
That is so pathetic. Is it over? Was he kicked? Why is it so quiet?
It's crazy, bro. To just literally lie like that is wild. I gotta reset the live real quick. Be right back. We got a violation.
Gender dysphoria is not a mental illness, but for some people may develop mental health problems because of... I mean, that is pretty logical, right? It's like saying that... I don't know. I don't even know what to say. Oh! A longer one. How would you describe gender to an adult? We're binging this person.
How old are you?
10 and counting.
29.
Yeah, it's all.
What do you lose by calling trans women women?
Everything. You took everything away
we
from
lose
me. My
The
dignity.
truth and clarity on what the word woman even means.
True.
Okay, I disagree. So we'll start with truth. How can there be an objective truth to a social category and a social construction?
Because I say so, motherfucker.
Historically, it's not been a social construction. It's always been about sex.
Does gender exist outside of
Everything's
humans?
about sex. Damn. Got him. Everything's about sex.
I mean,
Sexy
it's
time.
all like I have never until the past like year heard the word woman be used to define a trans woman. Like this is all brand new to society. Absolutely.
Understand. That's
I
not
don't
the
know
question I'm
when-
asking, though. I'm asking if gender as a thing exists outside of the human race. Do dogs have a concept of gender? Do lions have a concept of gender? Do ants have a concept of gender? Do any of these other species have gendered concepts?
Yeah, just by looking down like at their private parts to see what they are.
Wait, what do you think gender is?
I believe it is what private part you have.
What?
So you think that gender is your private parts? So if I'm, for instance, if I'm a,
it's a
well, I just,
it's a social construct. You're saying it's a
Yes.
social construct.
I mean,
yes,
it is.
because you wouldn't have a concept of gender if you were living in a society outside of that concept.
So what is that concept based off of?
It's based off of the behavioral, psychological, and phenotypical aspects of the sexes.
What does that even mean?
I don't know how to say that more clearer than I just did.
Right, because it doesn't really. It's not clear
Wait,
and
it's
concise.
very clear. It's very clear. The sexes tend to behave
Yeah,
certain
it's
ways.
very clear what
they
the
tend
sex
to have. They
is.
tend to have different form. Like when they with their brain psychology, they tend to be different in their psychology, and they're phenotypically different. So we take all of those things into an amalgamation of what a gender might be, and those things do change and warp over time with age. That's why there are different gender categories for young humans than there are for old humans, because young people tend to act differently than old people.
10.
Animals don't have a concept of psychology. They don't have a concept of behavior. They don't have a concept of phenotypes. So they would not have a concept of gender. They don't even have. They don't even technically have a concept of sex. They are just born. Born mammals
They're not
specifically are born sexually dimorphic.
Oh
So they don't
my
even have a
gosh.
concept of sex, right? If I were to
that's
take
how we
you,
should-
if I were to take you and put you alone on an island, do you think you'd ever understand what a man is?
Yeah, because I would be able to look down like at my private parts and see what I am.
Wait, so if I plucked a 21-year-old man, he was born on an island, he lived on the island alone for his entire life, and I put him into a lab and asked him, "What's a man?" He could tell me.
I mean, if he speaks the language and has been taught the like,
How would he
I
have been
mean,
taught the language?
Exactly. So I mean, you're
So he wouldn't have a
It's an
concept of
impossible.
man.
like, of course, he wouldn't understand what the word man means.
What do you think the word man means?
Private part.
Someone who has
A
a
penis.
penis.
Okay, so quick
Yeah.
question. There's a thing called vaginal agenesis. Women who have vaginal agenesis can be born without vaginas. They just don't have any. They don't have a vagina, they don't have a reproductive system.
Uh-oh.
What would you call them?
Non-entities.
They either have the like either one or the other is like active like
What?
either they're able to produce one way or another.
What?
They don't have a reproductive system. They can't reproduce at all.
Well, then I guess it would come down to
The judgment
What
of
is
the
it?
court.
chromosomes or whatever. Like I'm not well
Okay,
versed.
so just to confirm, you stated that the necessary condition to be a woman or a man was to have the genitals for those things. Now the genitals don't matter. It's actually the chromosomes that are important. Because without those genitals, you would say, well, it's the chromosomes that we want to check.
All right, so I'm a little confused
You
on this.
are.
What I'm talking about is a person who is clearly and clearly born with either a penis or a vagina, right? That's what I'm talking about, the overwhelming majority. So I guess you could kind of clarify either the person has what, XY chromosomes, or
What?
what is it? 'Cause
Some people are born with both. People who have mosaicism have both XX and XY chromosomes in their body.
Both
People
a
with
penis
true
and
mosaicism
both,
have 50% of their body has XX chromosomes and 50% of XY chromosomes. So,
but they're either
we don't
able
know.
to like have, I mean, how you're able to boil it down to what the the structure of the chromosomes, where you can at least be like, okay, well, this person would be a male or a female, right?
we can
There's not
absolutely,
literally-
if we do proper karyotyping, we can determine whether somebody is genotypically male or genotypically female. However, in sexually dimorphic species, such as mammals, which we are, sex is broken up into genotypic sex and phenotypic sex. Genotypic sex would be your chromosomal makeup. Phenotypic sex would be the physical representation of that
Boom.
chromosomal makeup. So your
Owned
reproductive
him.
systems, your genitals, things like this. It's not as easy as saying just chromosomes. If it was that easy, we wouldn't have thousands of biology books going into genotypic sex and phenotypic sex. It's just not that simple. Now we
Yeah,
make
so-
it simple, we dumb it down, right? Because humans love to categorize things. So we dumb everything down. But when you look at the actual science behind it, it's much more deeper than just you have this or you don't have this.
But you're able to like at least be like, okay, this person would be a male or a female, right?
If they don't have like mosaicism or chimerism, it's possible, yes. But if they have mosaicism or chimerism, it's going to be a little more difficult than just saying what chromosomes do they have. If they have Swyer syndrome, it's going to be a little more difficult than just saying what
What's a
chromosomes
Swyer
do
syndrome?
they have.
So
If they have any of the other
I need to educate myself more.
differences in sexual development, so any of the other intersex conditions, it's going to be a little bit more difficult just looking at the chromosomal makeup. That's why sex is a mix of your genotypic and phenotypic sex. It's not just one or the other.
Right, but it's, I mean, I like how the conversation always boils down to this,
do.
when what we're really talking about is someone who clearly is like a male or a female.
Female.
The conversation didn't boil down to this. I asked you very specifically. I asked you very specifically if you have humans alone, and those humans are never taught the concept of gender, will that concept become a thing to them? The answer would be no, because
No.
gender is an identity-based thing.
True.
Well, their physical identity would be
Physical
able.
identity.
They would be able to be like, okay, I either pee standing up or sitting down. You know,
They
like-
may not be sitting down.
True. What's a physical identity?
Well, you know what I mean. They either have a
I
penis
don't.
or a vagina. So
Yes, but that doesn't equate to their gender, right? This is the problem. When we talk about sex, sex is a list of biological characteristics associated with creatures that reproduce. Just with creatures that reproduce, right? It's the biological characteristics that's assigned to reproduction, right? When we talk about gender, though, gender is a much broader thing. It's why in some cultures what it means to be a man is different than in other cultures, because there is no one straight line when it comes to gender. Gender fluctuates, gender changes. It's a social category. So this is why when people go, well, you lose truth. There is no truth in something socially constructed. It only exists in relation to the subject, which is us.
Well, when you've grown up and knowing that the word man refers to a person with a penis your entire life, and then when you're 29 years old,
Tough.
people start saying, oh, you don't even have to have a penis to be a man.
Tough.
It's like, okay, now I'm getting confused. So
Wait,
why don't
yeah,
we use
I think
words
we-
other... Hold on. So
Go ahead.
what... I'm sorry. Not trying to be... So why don't we use words other than man or woman in this instance? It's just confusing.
Oh my god.
I disagree. I grasped it pretty easily. I know children who've grasped the concept of trans women being women very easily, right? Because to them, they don't really have this let's just be honest. Kids don't understand genitals like that, right? Like I would say a 5-year-old girl probably doesn't know what a penis is. I would hope so anyway. So to her, being a man is not about having a PP or a vahoo. It's specifically behavioral and phenotypic attributes that they recognize when they look at people. Right? So it's about I wouldn't even say it's about introducing
Hello,
new
Moose
concepts. It's
Watcher.
just expanding on the concepts
Watching
that
at the
we
bay.
already inherently learn as people.
And what was your definition of what gender is based on again?
Gender, like as a concept, is the behavioral, social, psychological aspects of the sexes. So it's an amalgamation of like all different
how would you
things.
describe it without using the word sex or male or female? What would you say gender would be based off?
Why couldn't I use those terms?
Because
it's
those
forbidden.
terms describe someone who has either a penis or a vagina.
Okay.
So why would we not just like what would you describe?
Wait, but I'm not using a circular definition here, right? I'm not saying that.
Well, I mean,
No, it's not. A circular definition would be if I said a gender is people who gender is the behavioral aspects of your gender. That would be because I'm not telling you what gender is, but I'm saying that the way that the sexes behave, look, think, the way that the sexes, all of these, the way that the sexes exist socially, all of these things create gender. And then your personal, we can even go further because gender isn't just a social thing. Gender is also a personal thing, which is when we get into gender
Personal
identity.
journey. And
your gender identity is just the way that you subconsciously associate with your sex. So specifically in neurological textbooks, they describe gender as the subjective perception of your sex and the orientation of that sex.
True.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Well, I mean, it's just
Oh.
I don't think that
Poetry.
we should be using if it's a social construct that refers to. I mean, how would it just? If it's a social construct, then it's almost like someone just being like, yeah, I'm like emo, or I'm a raver, or
What is
like
that
I'm like
emo?
a social something that society has constructed as identifying as someone who does a certain thing. Why would it not be like?
Emo.
Why would we use the words man or woman? I think
I'm
we
not
should just
emo.
use different words because
Nice.
it's confusing. Like I don't think that there should be that the word male should be different from the word man. I don't believe gender.
Wait. Then what are boys?
People with penises.
No, you said the word male and the word man should be interchangeable. So what are
No,
boys?
well, what I meant, I guess I misspoke. What I'm trying to say is I don't think that they should be interchangeable.
Wait, if you don't think that man and male should be interchangeable, you would agree with me. Because they're they're not interchangeable.
Now I'm getting so confused now.
I
All right,
know.
no, what I'm saying is I don't think that the word man should be used to describe someone who has a vagina.
Okay, so if I have somebody who's got vaginal agenesis and they want to identify as a man, you'd be
Not
okay with
in
that.
that instance. Let's take that instance away.
No, but
because
see, you
this is-
can't do that. You
Let's
can't
take
make
that
an
away.
absolute claim, and then when there's something that breaks the logic of your absolute claim, go, well, except for that thing. Right? That's just
True.
like if I were to
that-
say, but wait, hold on. If I were to say, well, all humans have 10 fingers, and you say, hey, Jovan, here's a human that has 8. And I go, well, except for him. All humans have 10 fingers except for
True,
that
that's
guy.
not a human.
No, the claim all humans have 10 fingers would be wrong because they don't.
That's not a human.
Now, if you want to say typically
But they-
men have penises, yes, typically men have penises. Typically
don't
women
have
have vaginas.
penises.
Absolutely. But there is always going to be an atypical. You can't put you there in just the way that like the human genome, it's impossible. Just the way our genome is set up, it is absolutely impossible to make absolute statements about the way that our bodies develop.
But it boils down to where you can actually see their chromosome structure to be
Oh.
a
A boy.
man.
Yes, but I've even
Yeah, I mean,
explained to you how that doesn't hold up sometimes. There are instances where you
True.
can't
There
just
are
look at the
instances-
chromosomes.
Only the
yes, there are
in absolute.
instances
Don't forget.
where someone would be born differently, and then it would boil down to not just their physical structure, I guess, but their chromosome structure. But that's
But
not
that's
what
physical structure.
we're really referring to here. We're now
Well,
now
it is
have an
because
entire
you're making an
society that-
absolute statement on what females and women have to be. So yes, we do need to boil into that. Unless you're saying there is no necessary condition to be a woman or to be female. If you're claiming there is no necessary condition, we don't need to boil into it, right? Because then there would be a typical and an atypical. But if you're saying there are absolutely necessary qualifiers that you have to fit into this category,
No,
then we
not yet.
absolutely have to boil it down to the very extreme it will go to make sure that nobody who
But
does
for,
not have
for
that
asking
quality
such a
also
personal
fits into the
question, you
category.
should donate. That's right.
there are absolutes, though.
No,
Such
only
as-
the
There are
safety in
absolute
absolutes.
males or females.
Sure,
Absolute.
because sex is a bimodal spectrum, so there are people that fit
So
on the very,
it does boil
the very.
down.
I am an absolute male. That sounds so. I am an absolute male. An absolute female. I'm an absolute woman. Absolutely.
It does boil down to absolutes.
Wait, no, there. When we
But
say
only
somebody's
the
like
fifth-
absolute male, right?
Oh, I already
sex
did
is
that.
sex is a sex and dimorphic species is a bimodal spectrum. So you have the very peak of that spectrum, then you have everything in between that spectrum. So you are going to have men that are 100% the chromosomes in their body are XY, and they have no
he is.
differences in sexual development. They have none of that. Okay.
This is just like it doesn't. This isn't even like the instance that we're
No, but
referring
what
to.
What I'm saying to you, right,
It does
is
bo-
that there are, because it's on a spectrum, there are going to be people that fall in between. In fact, we don't even know how many people actually have intersex conditions because we don't karyotype people at birth. So we don't know how many people actually have intersex conditions. The number could be way higher than what we estimated.
But it can be karyotyped, and it can come down to absolute male or female.
That's
No,
true. Thank you.
you could be somebody who sits on the peak of the spectrum, but that doesn't mean that all humans sit on the peak of the spectrum, right? So that it's so
then I
saying like,
forgive you
oh
your
well,
question.
there will always be an absolute male is just factually inaccurate.
That's not true based on
Absolute
like literally
man.
what you're telling me that we can do, which is karyotype and figure out if the person is a male or a
Wait,
female.
but the difference is you're saying that humans are always going to fit neatly into both of those categories. I'm saying that's not the case.
99.9% of the time, and let's take that instance out. Let's just talk about people who were clearly born male or female.
The reason I don't take those instances out is because those are the things that disprove your point. Yes, if I could make a claim that was like
Well, that's what
if
we're
I made a
talking-
claim, hold on, if I made a claim that said all cars are red, and somebody said, well, there's a blue car right there, and said, no, leave those out. All cars are red. We
True.
don't talk about those ones.
Well, you could
Right?
karyotype that car. You could karyotype that car.
Wait, but this is
To
what I'm
be
this is
either
what
red,
I'm this is
blue,
what
or
I'm saying.
red.
If you go, everything
like-
fits
you got
my
my-
logic except for X,
got
Y,
my
and Z.
even-
Then no, it doesn't fit your
Absolute
logic.
man.
You're just you're literally by
Absolute
definition
man.
you're special pleading.
Oh my gosh, dude. Why use the word male? So again, let me just try and so
Hello.
you're saying that gender is based on the attributes of sex.
Yes.
Hello.
So are you actually.
I am
If your
hungry.
claim is gender is based on your penis or vagina, that would be a phenotypic attribute, which is part of what I mentioned.
Oh man.
Phenotypic attributes, behavioral attributes, psychological
Chat.
attributes. Right?
Chat, please. Should I order McDonald's? There's still time. Should I order McDonald's? Vote. Vote in the chat on whether or not I should order McDonald's. Oh boy. I'm feeling so hungry now. Dead. If you want to. I do want to. But I can't dare to watch. It's just like the way I was. I need something other than hatred. Then do. Nobody else is gonna vote? Treat yourself, Lucy. If you want to get McDonald's, get McDonald's. Okay, let's get McDonald's then. I'll do it. I'm gonna... One moment, please. I'm gonna lose in the game. Okay, I'm gonna order. I'm gonna do it. Harasu is not here to scold me for it. Patreon. Oh boy. I got McDonald's. I forgot about butter to eat. Lord. Oh, nice. Withdraw. Oh, I lost. Perfect. Okay, I'm gonna do a transfer. And then I'm gonna order McDonald's. 7, 6, 5. What happened here? Seasonal depression. Oh no, Megazord. Don't be depressed when you're watching the Lucy Has a Stream. It's a fun time, you know? Do you know what I mean? Don't be depressed. Wait, what the hell? Oh, what's wrong? What's wrong with the... Okay, I'm gonna turn this off for a second. Okay, now it worked. Did I hear my name? Yes. I said you're not here to scold me for wanting McDonald's. I'm gonna get McDonald's. I'm gonna do it. McDonald's. Lucy has a pond. Where is it? Where's my phone? Where's my... You're not gonna scold me for getting McDonald's. Send. Yeah. Okay. Gonna get McDonald's now. I'm gonna do it hardcore style. Boo bra bra. Quack quack quack. Bra bra bra. Pwa pwa pwa. What's it called? Uber Eats? Uber Eats. I don't know. You just called me. Sorry. Wait, I'm gonna... How much money have I got on the PayPal? My ex was bipolar. It's really hard sometimes. It is hard. The transfer. That's right. Okay, I have to go with the cheaper option. Oh my gosh. What? What's not available anymore? What the hell? What? What the hell? Okay. No, not that one. There we go. Oh, that's not available anymore. Okay. That's not available anymore. Okay, I get it. Okay. They do deliver here. Order! Order in the cart. Alright, it's gonna be off. I hate Poland. No McDonald's for me. It's locked. It's closed. That's so early. It's not even 11 p.m. and it's already locked. I'm so hungry now. I'm just gonna be grumpy and hungry. Why do I have to live in the middle of nowhere? Because I live in the middle of nowhere. Unfortunately.
We didn't karyotype during caveman times.
We did.
Right? We didn't know for sure what somebody
Have you got a source for that we didn't?
was. We just said, well, we're going to guess what you are based on the phenotypic expression of your body. We're going to make a guess what your sex is.
Be gone.
We're talking about someone who is clearly born a female here, okay? Let's talk about that. This instance. Why should we say, no, you're a person who is born with a vagina if they were clearly, if they were clearly born with a vagina, why should we say, no, you were clearly born with a penis?
We're not saying that.
We kind of are, though.
No, we're not.
We're essentially...
No, we're not. No one's saying that.
What am I...
No one's looking at a trans person going, you were born with a penis.
If woman is based on the attributes of a person who was born with a vagina,
yeah,
Why should we say, "Oh no, you're a man"?
Oh,
Because their gender identity
I'm gonna
would
stream
align
tomorrow.
with their personal schema
Egon.
on males.
Male on male
So why
violence.
don't we use words other than man or woman here?
Because these people have an internal sense of self that aligns with man, and to call them something else
Typhoon.
would typically is going to result in them feeling some sort of gender dysphoria, or unease or uncomfort. Just like if you were to be called woman every day for 20 years,
Typhoon.
even though you know you're a man, it's gonna start to get to you. Whether you believe it will or not, that's just how humans work, right? If enough negative things are said about us for a long enough period of time, we begin to take that negatively. So to them, they see being called man as a negative. Like, for instance, a trans woman would see being called man as a negative. And since there is nothing lost from calling them women, why wouldn't we just show them basic human decency and call them women?
So that
Show
we
me
don't
decency.
lie and like tell them that they are like, why if I felt like if I my entire life
Facts don't care
felt
about
like
your
when I was a
feelings.
child, I literally thought that I was like Super Mario.
Damn.
Why should I be like
Super
my
Mario
entire
is not a social category. There is no category of Mario. People don't
Says you.
identify as video game characters, right?
Says
Now,
you.
you can dress up as Mario all day, all night, right? And if I have a kid who's got a Mario costume on, I was like, I'm Mario, I'm not going to look at him and go, no, you're not, smack him in the face and push them down. I'm not going to do that, right? When a kid puts on a Spider-Man costume, word up to my dog, I'm going to be like, oh, snap, Spider-Man's here, right? But the thing is, there's a difference between imagination and an identity. Identities are vastly different things. Identities are formed in our
Says
brain.
you.
When it comes to gender identity, we can
Wokeism.
see the parts of our brain light up when we experience
I'm
things like gender
supreme.
euphoria and gender dysphoria. We can literally see our brain lighting up with it,
I'm
right? So it's
supreme.
not just
Why
I
is it-
feel like I'm Mario, so therefore I'm Mario.
Well, right, like why is it different for me to say I feel like I'm a female, therefore I'm a female?
Because gender identity is an inherently neurological thing that exists in our brains.
True. It exists in my brain.
It's the same thing.
It's not.
It's
I just
saying, like, if
explained
I
how
was-
it's different.
If I was clearly born, how is it different if I was clearly born a male, I have a penis, there's no
Again, can you define sex
Can you
and gender for
define
me?
a penis? for
Because
me?
you're making these claims that they're the same thing.
Penis.
How would you
Penis.
define them then? How would you define sex and how would you define gender?
somebody who was born
With a
with
penis.
a penis or a vagina.
Which I don't know which one you're defining there.
Are you serious? So you don't know what a person with a penis is?
No, I don't know which of
A
those two terms you just used that
peniser.
definition for. I asked you to define gender and sex. All you said was a person with a penis or a vagina.
True.
That doesn't tell me what either of those two things are.
A
That doesn't
peanut.
tell me what the concept of sex
Oh.
is. That doesn't tell me what the concept of gender is. That might
I know what a person born with a penis is. A peanut. Get it? A peanut. They have a penis. A peanut. Oh, you don't get my humor. My humor is amazing, and you don't get it. I'm never gonna tell a joke on stream again.
be an example of one of them, but it's not telling me what these two things are in concept.
I mean, because you're gonna keep reverting back to the intersex scenario here.
We haven't even gotten there. All I did was ask you to define these terms, and you can't do it. Go ahead, ask me to define sex and gender. Ask me to do it.
You've already made it clear that you don't think that gender has anything to do with
It
the
doesn't.
physical attributes of a person.
Wait, I never said that because I specifically said gender is your bio.
So
I literally
Dumber.
said that gender is the behavioral, psychological, and phenotypical attributes Phenotypical literally means the way you look, the way your body looks, the like I literally said this. It's an amalgamation of all of these three things, and then your gender identity is the way you associate yourself with those things. I've literally explained. So it just feels like you're not listening or you're not understanding some of the words I'm using, in which case I can explain those words, but you have to tell me which words you don't get.
Wait, you both are white. Why are you white? Do something about it. Do
I don't
something
get
about
how
your
you
whiteness.
would be like to a person who has
Do
a
something
vagina,
about your
clearly
whiteness.
who has been born a female, and be able to say no. Clearly you're a male.
Okay, but you haven't told me what sex is. So
Sex
I don't
is
know.
a good
Sex is
time.
whether you have a penis or a vagina.
That doesn't tell me what sex
I'm
is. That
not
tells
white
me
in the
examples
chat.
of sex. Like that's like saying what's a car and I say Ford and Honda. Does that tell
Also,
you
I'm
if
Jewish, so
you
I'm
wait,
excluded from
person
white.
who
Imagine-
was born a male man.
Imagine-
is
hold
a
on.
person with a penis.
hold on, Jake.
True.
Imagine you're talking to somebody who has never heard of this concept. Never heard of it. You're talking to an alien who does not produce sexually like we do. And that alien goes, "Wait, sex? What is that?" How would you describe it to them?
Sex is based
Sex is
upon
based. That's true.
whether or not you have a penis or a vagina.
But June
I'm gonna role play the alien. What does that mean?
You can
Educate
look
yourself.
at their
It's not my
private
job.
parts and tell if they have
private parts. Oh
a
yeah.
penis or a vagina.
That language is gonna go well with an alien. Just look at their private parts, you know?
The
But why is
penis
a penis and
What
vagina?
does that
more
mean?
of like a like a snake-looking thing? The vagina
What?
would be, dude.
Wait.
this is
I'm the
so
alien.
crazy.
I'm the alien. I don't know why that's relevant. Why that's important. Why do you guys categorize people in that way? Why is this important?
So that we can know if the person is able to
It's a
bear
snake.
childbirth or not.
Wait, what is childbirth?
So if you put a penis and a vagina together,
Oh my god.
then the person could be able to come inside. The penis is able to come inside and produce sperm inside of the vagina,
Wait, what?
and then
A penis produces sperm inside of a what? I'm sorry. Now I'm learning some new biology here. A sperm is produced inside of the vagina? Whoa. Oh, whoa. That changes so much and it also raises so many questions. VGG? Vagina GG? Damn, I've got so many questions that need answering now. If sperm is created inside of produced inside of the vagina. Damn. Okay. We're learning.
after 9 months, a baby is formed. A new human being can come out of the woman.
Oh, okay. So you see how when we're trying to describe sex, it's not just penis and vagina, it's the biological attributes that connect with how we reproduce as a species. That's what sex is, Jake. That's what you just described.
Exactly what
No,
I've
it's
been
not.
saying, dude.
When you, Jake, when you just say it's a penis or vagina, that doesn't tell me any of the other stuff. That's just telling me it's a penis or vagina. This is why I asked you to be very specific, but you couldn't do it. Now, Jake, I'll ask you the second question. What is gender?
Oh, no. Gender is a real vendor.
Gender. Oh my
penis.
gosh, dude.
Dude.
Yeah, how would you describe gender to an alien? How about I ask you that?
I literally, the
Gender,
same way I would
say
describe it
that-
to you. The behavioral, psychological, or phenotypical attributes associated with the sexes. The same way I would describe it to you, Jake.
Right, so you would be
Come
either
on.
able to have a child, you'd be either able to. This is.
What?
Jake, you're avoiding defining gender for me.
I think gender is
There's a
the
really
exact
good game
same
I
thing
need to
as
get.
sex.
Okay, ready? I'm gonna be the alien. right?
I wanna
Then I'm
be
going to
the
ask you one
alien.
question.
I want to be the
Then
alien.
why are
next.
they different words, Jake?
Because some people do not want to be identified as somebody who has a penis or a vagina.
Oh, so the term gender is a new term. Like that you guys just came up with that recently?
Yeah, I would be like gender is literally. I would say that gender is the exact same thing as sex. That's what I would tell the alien.
And then again, the alien responds, so why are they different words, Jake?
There you go.
Because people want to say that it's a social construct, and some people, even though they were born with the biological construct of a male,
What?
still want to be called a female.
So is this new?
Because-
So this is a new thing then, Jake. The term gender is new. People came up with that recently, and you're saying that it's
then the alien
always
would be
been.
like,
Well, this is the alien. This is the alien asking. So the term gender is new. People have only ever used sex
Marvel
for thousands of
superhero.
years, and then some people very recently created the term gender.
yeah, exactly.
So why was the term gender invented in the 1300s, Jake?
Showtime.
For people who want to identify as the opposite sex.
So when gender was created in the 1300s, it was so that people could identify as the opposite sex. When the English word gender, circa 1300, which originally meant kind, sort, class or kind of person or things sharing certain traits, from the old French word gendre, which is even older than that, by the way. When this word was created, it was specifically so that people of different sexes could identify as those sexes.
Ask that again.
I got confused.
You said this is a new thing. Gender was
Spider
created. You said
sting.
to the alien, gender is new. Gender was created recently. Is the 1300s recent?
True. It's
Is that what we're getting at now?
Yes, because these are the claims you made. You said gender and sex have always been the same thing, yet they have wildly different definitions even from their inception. They had wildly different definitions. So how were they always the same thing?
Because typically a person who calls himself a
vagina.
man would be somebody who has the biological construct of a male.
That's not what I'm asking, though.
My favorite
I'm
language.
asking how gender is a recent
damn,
thing.
that's a tough one.
When the word was
I like
created in the
Hebrew.
1300s.
I do like Ukrainian that I've been learning.
And the word that was
I like
based on was
Japanese.
created even earlier. How is it recent?
I'm a big language nerd.
I mean, I guess you could say, I guess that would be subjective.
Okay, so it wasn't recent.
Well, I mean, I'm
Maximum
29
spider.
years old and I have never even heard of gender being a social construct until a year or 2 years ago.
Okay, but does that mean
So
that
why is
Wait, I just recently, just FYI, I just recently found out that mac and cheese existed. Does this mean it didn't exist prior to me finding out it existed?
True, it didn't.
Well, what
That's
if you all
exactly
of a
what is
sudden
being
started
said.
saying that now mac and cheese could also be used to describe a
burger.
cucumber?
But that's not what's happening, Jake.
I mean,
And that's a pivot of like a move of the
kinda what's
goalpost.
happening.
No, it's a move of the goalpost. You just said the reason
is a
why
move of
sex
the
no,
whole
you
entire
just
thing
said
is a
the
move of the
reason why
goalpost.
sex and gender are the same thing is because I recently found out about it. But does you recently finding out about something change what that something is?
yes.
What?
Well, that's all I had to hear, Jake. Somebody did pay to boot
I'm
you,
just
so
kidding.
see ya.
Oh my god.
All right, man. Have a
Oh, so this. Wow, I should do debates, and people should pay me to boot people. Someone paid me to boot you. X. This is Juggernaut. Hold on. Gotta react to something else. Oh my gosh. Bausch! Bausch is online. Oh, and Destiny.
Or you're never going
Oh.
to
I think
accomplish
so.
the
To be
objective.
precise on that,
Okay, we're watching this. We're doing a little bit of a snipe, and we're gonna let's go. Let's go. The ultimate debate.
Is the mic
Destiny
better?
versus Chank.
Destiny, do you think it's better?
okay.
No.
So
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
okay, wait, real
I mean,
quick. Okay, hold on. We
yeah.
do this super quick. Okay, on the bottom left of
Super quick.
Riverside, in the browser window, you see where Eli Hassel's cam is. Do you see on the bottom left, or in the bottom middle, it says mic, cam, speaker? Do you see that?
Yeah.
Under the mic, which mic do you have selected there right now?
So it was default, and then I put it to microphone Shure MV7, and
Okay.
I think this is the Shure MV7.
Okay.
So it should be my actual microphone, but you're not hearing it any better.
Well, I hear you. You sound good. It's just a little quiet. Can you tap that microphone so that we know that we're hearing that
Yeah,
microphone?
good. Yeah.
Yes, that is the microphone that's being used. Okay.
I guess
Um,
it's
All
not
right,
that
then that's the
strong
best we
at
can do.
Okay. Is this a USB mic or does it have like a crazy XLR big output? Does it plug right into a computer?
Okay, by the way, just before we continue all of this, Jen,
Yeah.
what time do you need to go?
Yeah, I got to go at the top of the hour, and I know we're making.
Okay, fuck it. Let's just go then.
Okay, so
It's
let-
okay.
let's
It's
go.
okay. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's okay. That's okay.
No, but
Okay,
thanks
brilliant.
for trying to fix it, Destiny.
No,
I
you're good.
appreciate it.
No problem. Okay, so let's
Debate,
get going.
you jerks.
Okay, so today I'm hosting a debate
Entertain
between
me.
Democratic presidential candidate Cenk Uygur and popular live streamer and political
What a
commentator
joke.
Destiny. In this debate, we're going to focus on the future of the war rather than last time. So this time, we're going to focus on the future of the war, potential escalation with the Houthis,
gonna
how to
vote
finish
for
the war,
Cenk.
and long-term
Or
peace.
Cenk.
Because we've only
The
got right
pronunciation
now around
varies.
45 minutes,
I'm gonna
instead of
vote
asking
for
you a
him.
lot of questions, then I'm going to ask you one question, and hopefully just that question will try and get that finished. So from where we are right now, what is a viable and realistic solution you can give, number one, for the war to end, and number two, for long-term peace? And keep in mind the Houthis and what's at the two-state solution with Bibi. Destiny, can you start, and then we'll go to Cenk.
Yeah, I mean, you can get very broad, you can get very specific. I think two really important things need to happen. The first thing is Hamas has to be eliminated or decapitated so that they're no longer functional
Decapitated.
in the Gaza Strip, because I think that negotiating with a group like Hamas is just not feasible, and I don't expect Israel to do it. And then I think the second thing that needs to happen is Palestinians have to be able to hold new elections, regardless of how those might turn out.
true.
They need to elect leadership because Israel needs somebody that they can negotiate with and somebody that can negotiate on behalf of Palestinians to start us back on some kind of road to some lasting solution or peace.
Oh!
There has to, those two things have to happen.
Destiny is has similar positions to Cenk. I didn't know that. Oh, okay. Except for this topic. I'm gonna vote Cenk. I don't know. You should all vote. Karasu, are you gonna vote for Cenk? We're gonna vote Cenk. The new election cycle.
Okay, so just so 2 points. First of all, how is that including a two-state solution?
Personally, I think that's the most likely resolution that both sides can agree to. I don't think a one-state solution is anything that Israel would ever agree to. I don't think that'll ever happen.
So how's that going to happen when Bibi's in charge right now?
Well, I mean, if Hamas is eliminated and if the Palestinians elect new leadership, I think that with the reduction of attacks from the Palestinians, I think that there would be a
I
lot
don't
of
know.
mounting pressure on
We'll
Israel
see.
to actually move towards a
Bibi is
two-state
crazy,
solution or move
a
towards some kind of
fascist.
permanent peace process. But as long as they can always point the finger at Hamas and blame them and say, like, well, look, these guys don't want peace. They just want to shoot rockets at us all day. That's going to be the number one justification that Israel can use to kind of indefinitely stave off peace plans, right? Like October 7th is going to buy them at least a year or two in terms of never even having to think about peace plans, because they can just say, well, look at October 7, look at October 7, look at October 7.
And just one last question. I apologize for taking this question from you, Cenk, because I know you would ask this. How is it possible to say just eradicate Hamas? At what point is eradication? Is it possible to even eradicate Hamas?
I don't know.
No, I'm asking you if you're gonna vote for Cenk to become president in the election. You can vote by going to the booth and casting your vote in the U.S. presidential election. Out of the two men, I have to say, I'm sorry, Cenk. Destiny is the more handsome man. So on being handsome, I'm gonna say that Destiny wins the debate. Oh, see, I cannot vote. Yeah, you can. If Chen can, if Chen can run, then why can't we all vote? Explain that one to me. Answer me this. If Chen can run, then why can't we vote? I'm gonna play as Wolverine, the best character in this game.
How the military defines like a group being defunct, but I think right now Israel, the estimate is they've eliminated 20 to 30% of fighters. I'm sure there's some percentage where once you've eliminated enough, they've effectively lost their ability to govern effectively. And I don't know what that number exactly looks like. I don't think Israel has put out that number exactly. Maybe that's 50, 60, 70%. Maybe it's just when Hamas leadership leaves, or they've been so undermined that the public wants, different elections, or whatever. I don't know if the specifics of that matter as much, but whatever that specific is, that goal has to be accomplished. Yeah.
Okay, Cenk.
Okay, so there's a couple of different ways to approach this. So first of all, I'm going to
I
start
like
with
to
what
say that in a
obviously
debate
is not going to work, and then I'm going to go to things that
Okay, Cenk has won my favor. I like to start a debate by saying that we can approach this in a few different ways. Damn. Why is Hulk so overpowered?
actually will work. So first of all, this idea of eliminating Hamas, it's comical. It's comical.
It's comedy.
Ridiculous.
This is bad
so they
comedy,
killed
Starscream.
27,000 people on the way to killing 20 to 30% of Hamas, according to IDF. Now, no one
Starscream,
believes
this is
those
bad
numbers.
comedy.
It's propaganda. But okay, let's take it as true, though. Okay, so about
True.
a quarter of Hamas is killed, according to IDF, and they want to eradicate it, decapitate it, kill the rest of them. So does that mean if we kill 27,000 Palestinians already, we're going to kill at least 100,000?
Yes.
And
Yes.
so maybe, as Destiny said, maybe there's a tipping point where you kill like 55% of Hamas, and then you could say that they're done. How anyone verifies any of this is impossible to know. It's basically Netanyahu saying, "Yeah, I'm satisfied with how many Palestinians I've murdered," and he's never going to be satisfied.
Although I don't think this is a good. Okay, I'm gonna be a bit serious here. I don't know. I don't think I like this argument actually out of Cenk. To sort of it equivocates Hamas with Palestinians a bit too much to my liking. Yeah, sure. Israel is killing a lot of Palestinians and saying that it's killing Hamas, but I'm not sure, to be charitable to Destiny, that is what he meant when he says Israel needs to decapitate Hamas, It would mean, like, in my mind at least, that would mean sort of infiltrating the org itself and sort of, I don't know, arresting / getting rid of the top lieutenants that sort of call the shots, and then creating a good sort of conditions within Gaza itself that would allow Hamas not to fester. Does that make sense? It does make sense to me.
One, because of his nature, and two, because if the war ends, there's accountability, and he immediately loses power. Immediately. So he never, ever wants the war to end. As long as Netanyahu is in charge, we have no chance of ever getting to peace. Ever. He's the worst partner for peace in history.
He's a fascist.
He proudly declares that he blocked a Palestinian state and will do so again. He is by far a worse partner for peace than even Hamas. He's also a bigger terrorist than Hamas. We can come back and discuss that if you like. But Hamas has hinted in an earlier time.
I don't think Netanyahu is a terrorist. I just think he's a fascistic leader. Like if a pro-Israel author, pro-Israel sort of speaker can say in his book that Netanyahu is a fascist, then I think there is something to be made. There is something to the claim. You know?
Several years ago that they could do peace and that they could actually recognize Israel's right to exist, which of course they're going to. But anyway, that's another topic as well. So, so this idea of permanent war bringing peace and security is irrational. It's maximum irrational. It's never happened. It's never going to happen. And it's intended so that it doesn't happen for the political power of one man, Netanyahu. Now, it's not just one man. It's the right wing in Israel that right now it can't say anything but blood. And so they just want to kill as many Palestinians as humanly possible while pretending to get Hamas, which, again, there's almost no evidence of a significant percentage of Hamas being killed. And here's one piece of evidence that everybody can wrap their minds around, which is they said...
I don't think this debate is going to be productive at all. I don't think this debate is going to bring us anything interesting. I don't think this debate is going to be interesting at all. It's going to be a lot of screaming, a lot of, I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. I think I'm going to get more interesting insights from the chat than from Cenk. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see.
That they were murdering all these Palestinians in order to kill Hamas and get the hostages back. But has the war led to getting back one single hostage in terms of a military operation? No, none, zero. What is the one thing that got some of the hostages back? Was negotiation and a deal. It's super obvious. Now, you could argue, hey, we wouldn't have gotten as good a deal if we hadn't murdered as many Palestinians as we did. I think that's the argument of a butcher and not true. But we can, again, debate that. Okay, but if you think that permanently, and I'm not saying that Destiny thinks this, I'm just saying generically, if you think that permanent occupation is going to bring Israel peace and security, you're totally detached from reality. No people that are occupied, Palestinian or otherwise, are ever going to bow their heads and say, we now love our oppressors. We love them, and we will be your dogs and servants forever. It's not going to happen. They're always going to fight back. The Chinese will fight back. The Kenyans will fight back. The Palestinians will fight back. And then we'll call them terrorists until the end of time. And we'll say, oh, you murder more of them, murder more of them. But it's never, ever going to end. So you must end the occupation if you want peace. There is no second solution. In fact, this idea of a one-state solution, both on the Palestinian side and the Israeli side, should be dropped immediately. That is a barbarous idea. It has no chance of success. It's ridiculous, and all it'll do is drag out this conflict forever and ever. And I say that to the Palestinians just as forcefully as I say to the Israelis. So the Israelis' one-state solution would be, well, we occupy you forever, we take all of your land, we give it to religious zealot settlers who will murder you for the rest of time.
You can say that to both Israeli and Palestinians, but at the end of the day, I have to point out that Israelis and Palestinians would be the people that would best know what's good for them, no? I don't think Cenk Uygur knows better than Palestinians and Israelis both what would be the best state solution. You know? I think this goes a little bit too far. Like, oh, I say to both groups that it's a horrible idea. I don't know. I don't know if Cenk is necessarily the arbiter of what's the best solution, then that he knows even better than the people directly involved in the matter. But who knows? I mean, you know?
It's a totally untenable solution, obviously.
I mean, it's quite easy to look at things from the outside and be like, I'm telling you, this is for your own good.
The Palestinians are like, hey, let's have a one-state solution and we'll outvote the Israelis/Jews and then we'll rule and then we'll make them the minority and we'll oppress them. They're never going to go for that, nor should they.
Do they
That's
say
crazy.
that?
No, that's never going to work. And Palestinians get really mad at me when I say right of return's a pipe dream. What, you're going to go back and get your houses in Israel? like however, like decades later. No, look, even if I think that is the most just solution in the world, and would be a ton of justice to that, it doesn't matter because it's never, ever, ever, ever going to happen. And if
Reparations years later, decades later, is not a far-fetched story. Reparation, like there are procedures for this, at least in Poland, even though the procedures have been damaged by the Law and Justice Party. But when working, okay, I'm gonna give you an example of a decades later, retrieving of property, like houses, apartments, or even whole building complexes. When the building is already used or unavailable, then of course the government rejects the claim to the building or the real estate. And then the next option is monetary compensation. And that usually with proper evidence or documentation of ownership of such a piece of land would get people in Poland a pretty nice monetary compensation. I know because my family owned stuff before World War II. And our thing is stuck in a permanent limbo in court and probably will never get anywhere. I mean, we're seeing two cocky people who think they know better than anyone else debating. True. That is true. But like, to me, it feels really arrogant to just say, oh, I just say to Palestinians and Israelis both, your ideas are bad.
if you hold on to that dream, it actually kills the dream that is tenable for a Palestinian state. So if you're a Palestinian, go, oh, I'm positive we're going to get a one-state solution. You're on Mars or Venus or some other galaxy. Never going to happen. Okay, it must be a two-state solution. And finally, we get to yes, but this particular conflict, how do we end it? You always end it with peace.
Again, I'm really uncomfortable with an outsider deciding for the people involved as to what must happen, okay? Like, historically, the logic of, oh, you're asking for too much and you're destroying what's tenable has been used as a tool to oppress people. Does Schenk not know that? Does Schenk not know that it's been a tool to oppress people for, like, centuries? Don't ask for this. This is too much. You should ask for the realistic things. Like, come on. I hate this argument. No matter how much rationalization you dress it in, I hate the argument of you shouldn't ask for this because ask for the rational or the tenable. Go for extremely arrogant people, so no surprise here. Like, I guess I'm just going to parrot a little bit the line with Ukraine. Because the situation is complicated, but we cannot just completely disregard what the people involved want and say it's untenable, please want something else. You know?
By definition. So you can't murder your way to peace. And I get it, there's wars and a lot of people die, and at the end you get to peace. But that's the point. At the end, you must get to peace. So there is no peace through endless war.
Oh, wait. Endless war. I forgot. I forgot that Schenk has absolutely abhorrent opinions on Ukraine. I almost forgot that the Young Turks' opinion on Ukraine are just disgustingly abhorrent. Oh, yeah. Hello, Shakespeare. President Luciran, yeah. Like, this is just sad. Like, come on. We're covering this debate. It's happening now live on Destiny DGG thing.
So, and in Israel's case, we've talked about this before. They always say like, those dirty Muslims. They don't say dirty Muslims. They mean dirty Muslims. They'll never listen. They're savages. They love violence, right? So that's why a peace deal with these Muslims never work, except the peace deal with Egypt completely worked. The peace deal, the Abraham Accords, totally worked. Every peace deal's totally worked. And so what hasn't worked is permanent occupation and permanent war. So you got to get to two states. And the 2 years from now is insanity. Insanity. You'll have more bloodshed, more death on both sides. It'll spiral out of control. It'll get even worse and worse. How many people, Jesus Christ, how many Palestinians can we murder? Okay. So you must do the two-state solution right now. And the people that you do it with is not Hamas, it's Palestinian Authority. You go to Palestinian Authority, who doesn't have a lot of credibility right now in the West Bank. Why? Because they have worked so well with Israel that a lot of Palestinians think that they're collaborators. Okay. So if you say you can't even work with the Palestinian Authority, that's saying I don't want peace. And you could give me Mother Teresa on the other side, and I'll pretend she's a terrorist, and I'll never ever make peace. Because
that is a horrible example, because apparently Mother Teresa was a pretty abhorrent person in her own right. The info that I've learned about Mother Teresa made me sort of reconsider her. He's not wrong, but I wanted to say it. He is not wrong here, but the way he says it makes me not very happy. He is right about that, but I mean that's a conversation that's still happening, sort of. When Netanyahu says that should Hamas win, Europe and the US will be next, which is a laughable statement, because like it frames Israel in a position like Ukraine, where Israel is on the, might lose to Hamas somehow and fall as a country. And yes, the rhetoric of this is a war between civilization and barbarism is really prevalent in this conflict. So he is correct, but I think I don't know how to say it. I'm not sure how to say it. I'll think about it as I listen to this.
I don't want
debate.
peace. And that is the right-wing Israeli position, but not the entire Israeli position. Okay,
This
so
is not going to be
Palestinian
constructive.
Authority, get the two-state solution, have a Palestinian state, bring the Palestinian Authority into Gaza, do not have the occupiers, Israel, try to tame the people of Palestine, of Gaza. Have the Palestinian Authority actually be the government there, and then eventually lead to elections. I agree with Destiny on that. But don't do that right away. Have the Palestinian Authority establish itself in Gaza. And you say, well, Hamas is not going to accept that. They're going to fight back. Well, first of all, they're fighting back against the Palestinian Authority and not Israel. If you're Israel, that's already a win. Okay? And then secondly, they get to say to the Palestinian people, what has Hamas...
Well, okay, Cenk, what if they fight against the Palestinian Authority and kill the members of the Palestinian Authority? Would that be a win to Israel? That would be just going back to where we are now, but the Palestinian Authority would be dead.
brought you?
I mean, it's
Nothing
not
but grief
out of the
and
realm of
strife and death and
possibility that...
destruction. What did we bring you? A Palestinian state. You're free. That is a very compelling argument, and it could get the Palestinian Authority to bring Gaza Strip under control and get to peace and security for both sides.
How do you envision that happening under Bibi Netanyahu?
Impossible. Israel has to call elections and throw out that butcher of Israel, and they have to throw out Ben
That is true.
Gvir and
Okay,
all
I
those
can
butchers.
ag-
They're avowed
yeah.
terrorists. Ben Gvir is a convicted terrorist. He
can agree with that.
worships terrorists. He talks about ethnically cleansing Gaza and driving them into the desert. So look, Israel. Sorry, but it's not too much to ask for you to not elect butchers, people who are convicted terrorists who openly talk about ethnically cleansing the Palestinians and murdering them ad nauseum. So yes, pick anything that is considered anywhere near moderate in Israel, someone, and I don't even care if they're not moderate. Yitzhak Rabin was not moderate. Yitzhak Rabin did terrorism before Israel started, but he got to peace. I would have done a peace deal with Rabin in a second. We were going to. It was going to be great. So anyone who will actually do a peace deal, it does, it doesn't have to be on my terms. It just has to exist.
I'm just trying to work out how it goes. So the first step to peace, as far as you're saying, is to get rid of Bibi Netanyahu and then have a two-state solution. But how will you even get rid of Bibi Netanyahu? I'm just trying to work. Are you saying
Yeah, so
America? If you're saying the war is never going to end, then how's that going to happen?
Yeah, no, Netanyahu never wants the war to end, so Israel has to throw his ass out. There's no way
How
around it.
are they going to do that?
Yeah, call an election. So, look, I don't know the internal dynamics of his cabinet. Obviously, it's a parliamentary system. It's not a presidential system. If it was the American system, you don't have a choice. You have to wait till the next election if it's 3-4 years later. But in a parliamentary system, if a certain set of steps happen, you can call an election right away. So whatever those steps are, the Israeli people have to demand that the Israeli government represent them and get there. But if they don't, and they say, we just want to kill Palestinians forever, look, now you're going to get super mad if you're on the Israeli side, but don't come back and go, I can't believe they tried to kill us. We were butchering them. We killed 25 times as many of them as they killed of us. And we said, we're never going to stop. We're going to kill another 25 times more and another 25 times more. And we're going to be 100 times worse than Hamas. And we're going to occupy them forever. But golly, I can't believe they attacked us. Come on. Come on. I hate that.
The we is doing a lot of work there, using the term we. Mother Lucy. Mother.
Attacks, I
Jesse
condemn the
versus
attacks.
Chen.
It's not productive. It's not the right way to go. My heart breaks for the civilians.
is your
but
future
if you're talking to
president.
the other side, saying I should get to butcher you to the end of time, and you should shut up about it and accept that you're my servants, it's preposterous. Then you should expect 10,000 acts of terrorism because it's never going to stop.
Okay, so just one
Whether
last
we
question.
want it or not, and I don't want it, but that's just
just
reality.
Just one last question before we go to Destiny, and just still trying to understand your position. Your whole plan is relying on getting Bibi out of office and creating a two-state solution. You're saying the way to get Bibi out of office is by his cabinet kicking him out and doing a new election. But his cabinet is supportive of the war, so I'm not sure how this is a realistic path to peace.
So look, it's on the Israeli people because
But they're supportive of the war.
Yeah, so they have to put pressure on the Israeli cabinet. They have to. If they don't, like I said, then they shouldn't be surprised. They shouldn't be heartbroken. They shouldn't be anything. As long as you keep Netanyahu and this right-wing government in office in Israel, that is the Israeli people saying, we don't mind terrorism. We don't mind war. We don't want peace and security. We just want to kill more Palestinians. Okay, if that's your decision, that's what you're going to get. And it doesn't matter what I think about it. It doesn't matter how immoral I think it is on both sides. That is just a fact of life. That is how humanity works. They're never going to be your dogs. They're not going to do it. They're always going to fight back because that's how every human responds. You must throw out the right-wing government of Israel. If you don't, you're never going to get to peace for Israel, let alone the Palestinians.
Why? Just as a real quick follow-up, okay? Why is the onus more on Israel to throw out their government than it is on the Palestinians to throw out theirs?
Because the Palestinians have no pathway to throwing out Hamas. So if there was an election for Hamas or Palestinian Authority or anyone else, I'd be saying the same exact thing to the Palestinians. Are you guys nuts? You got to throw out Hamas.
Wait. There is a pathway to do it. It could be through elections, or it could be through like just refusing to bow to Hamas.
Okay, now that's just naive. I'm sorry. So yeah, we're just gonna do elections, and Hamas is totally just gonna not terrorize the population and just agree. Oh, we've lost the election. Well, I guess we're just gonna step down. Come on. Also, unarmed civilians are just gonna say, oh, we're gonna oppose you, armed terrorists, and that's gonna end well. I'm not sure if this is... How does Destiny imagine that this whole thing works?
Israel, but they don't. Hamas has
No.
Hamas
No,
has
Destiny,
very,
hold
very, very popular support amongst the Palestinian people. You're talking about having a boss and the PA lead them. Pretty sure like 90% of Palestinians, like 92% of the West Bank, want Abbas to resign. And the next most popular politician, Marwan Bugatti, or Barghouti, or however you pronounce his name,
Bugatti.
that dude's like in jail, serving
Bugatti.
consecutive life sentences because of activities that he had in the Second Intifada, which is the reason why, by the way, Israelis are so radicalized. As many excuses as we make for the Palestinians, as like, well, of course they're going to respond this way. Look at all the violence. Well, where did all the right-wing governments of Israel start coming from? In response to the violence of the Second Intifada. And you
Which
mentioned
was in
about how like
response to the occupation.
sure, and you can say that, but like you just said that like, well, there are going to be 10,000 terrorist attacks. There already were hundreds of terrorist attacks from 2000 to 2004. That
That's
happened
because
all
of
throughout
occupation.
Israel.
So
Well, sure,
look,
but
it's
and the
funny-
occupation was in response to an invasion from neighboring countries. And I mean, like you can play the, it can
Is
go
it?
back. Yeah.
That was like 58 years ago. It was 56, 54. How long ago was that? But we're still pretending that that's what the occupation's about.
Well, I mean, that's where it came from, right? That's when Israel originally invaded.
No, they just like occupying them. Keep it real. They like,
Oh.
hey, we get to be the powerful finally. And look, I get it. It's like it's
Wait, if they just
cathartic.
like occupying, then why did
Okay,
they?
that's just. I'm sorry. That just sounded a bit anti-Semitic. We get to be the powerful ones finally. I'm not sure if I am on board of this specific political analysis. It feels a bit simplistic to me. We get to be the powerful ones. Let's keep it real. They just like it. I don't know about that. Oh no, I don't know about this type of political analysis of the situation.
Give the Sinai Peninsula back to Egypt for peace?
No. So, by the way, that's a great question. And Israel, who is the they? There is no they who is Jewish or they who is Israeli. There's a wide range of opinions. They is the right-wing government of Israel. So thank you for that clarification, right?
Okay.
The Netanyahus of the world. On the other hand, if the right wing, like Yitzhak Rabin and like Ariel Sharon, say, hey, you know what? I want to do something different. I'll take it. I don't need any change. I don't care about your domestic policy, etc. In terms of Hamas popularity and Palestinian Authority popularity, the reason Mahmoud Abbas is so unpopular is because he works with the Israelis 100%. If you say that guy's not a partner for peace, then you don't want peace. But he has no credibility because he's never brought anything back for all that working with Israel. But
So what Destiny ignores here is the systemic discrimination and occupation of Palestinians, which Israel state, and yes, he is ignoring that absolutely.
I just
hold
focusing.
on, let me finish real quick. If you were to say, yes, you were super frustrated with me because all I ever did was work with Israel, but at the end of it, ta-da, I got the Palestinian state, then of course, not everybody, not overnight, but tons of people go, oh, okay, that was his plan and he delivered. And now we're free. Then we love Mahmoud Abbas.
Yeah, I don't think
I mean,
that's gonna.
surely
He
credible.
can't create that state without the Palestinian support. Like he can't serve as a representative, realistically,
Sure.
a representative of the Palestinian people if he has none of the support of the Palestinian people. If Israel were to try to negotiate with Abbas, basically as a sole human being to try to create some government, there would be massive uprisings, there would be violence against Israel's, violence against settlers, violence against IDF. This would happen, and then I think people would be on the news saying like, well, of course, why are they trying to negotiate with Abbas? This guy isn't even a leader of the Palestinians. He's literally refused to hold elections in this place for almost like 2 decades. Like, why would they even try to negotiate with this guy? He doesn't represent the Palestinians. He's just a dog of Israel. He's just a servant to the IDF, like, which is what Palestinians right now currently think of him. This idea that
I
like,
can answer it.
okay.
So, look, Destiny, if you eliminate every single person as either a terrorist or a collaborator, and hence not a partner for peace, you'll have purposely eliminated every partner for peace. So conveniently, you can continue the occupation for another 56 years, pretending it's about the invasion from Jordan like 2.5 million years
You
ago.
don't have
What
the
do
same on Israel, correct.
That is a pathway to no end, right? On the other hand, if Abbas were to get into those negotiations, you think the Palestinians would say, no, we don't want 2 states?
In other words, Israel and Gaza or Palestine, we can call it, are not currently equal partners in any sort of negotiation. Like we have to keep that in mind. If we have systemic discrimination and occupation, then we cannot speak of equal partnership in any sort of negotiation, which would mean that before you want to start any sort of negotiation, you want to make any sort of gestures of goodwill, stop the discrimination and the occupation to actually create conditions of equal footing between two parties involved.
Yes.
No, let's do more terrorism because
Yes.
we don't like a bus.
Yes, that's what all the
Some
popularity
will,
poll. That's what all
but
the polls
a great
show.
majority will not. And so, and once, and here's another thing that's going to happen with a bus. All of the Arab states are tired of this because their own populations now despise Israel and America so much that it's destabilizing their governments. So all of those Arab countries who want to deal with Israel, they want to go economically, etc. Saudi Arabia, the leaders of Saudi Arabia can't wait to do a deal with Israel. They've said that in 100 different ways. They're like, we don't care about the Palestinians. We just want the money, right? We want to do a deal with Israel, with America, etc., and get back to regularity. So all of those guys are going to put tremendous pressure on whoever the Palestinian negotiator is to get a deal. America's going to put enormous pressure. I think the Palestinian diaspora, the Muslim world is going to put a lot of pressure to get a deal on the Palestinian side. So that is your best chance. And so if you do a vote on Abbas before you start, he has no chance. If he gets them a state and gets them freedom, and then you do a vote, then he has a terrific
I just don't
chance.
understand. You can't get a state and get freedom when you don't have a mandate from the people to negotiate on your behalf. And Abbas doesn't.
So that's okay. So good. So Destiny, good question. And do we have a mandate from the Palestinians? So guys, I want you to think this through. Again,
that is
like
true.
if you're on the Israeli side and you want Israel to be a safe haven for Jews,
I mean, ideally, you would need a new poll, etc.
it was designed to be. Think through how are you going to get there. So right now, if you say, well, the Palestinians hate the Jews. Well, a lot of them do. You're not wrong about that. Now, why do they? You say, oh, general anti-Semitism, we're the victims. Look, you're kidding yourself. You're totally, utterly kidding yourself. There is anti-Semitism all across the world. That's true. Jews have been victims all throughout history. That is totally true. But if you think the Palestinians hate you purely because of ancient hatred and anti-Semitism, you've gotten totally detached from reality. They hate you because you've been occupying them for 75 years and you've been brutalizing them and humiliating them and killing them. No people on earth wouldn't hate you under that circumstance. And it doesn't matter whether you take out Israel, Jewish, and you put in Buddhist in Thailand. It doesn't matter. Anyone who's being occupied, of course, is going to hate you. So if in the middle of that occupation, in the middle of that war, in the middle of that hatred, you go, no, I'm not going to deal with
It was done after the recent war and bombing. Also, quite much a limited number of people, a couple of hundred. Oh, couple of hundred. That's a useless poll. Come on, polling a couple of hundred people to sort of gauge the opinion of an entire population is a useless metric.
with them because they don't like me enough. Well, then you're never going to get the peace.
It's
So
not
what
about
has to
dealing with
happen- hold on,
somebody
let me
because
just finish the
hold on,
thought
just
real
because,
quick.
yeah, it's not about dealing with somebody because you don't like them enough. I'm just saying that the Palestinian people aren't going to accept any negotiations that Abbas is doing.
That's what I'm getting at, Destiny. But if you think because of that hatred, the Palestinians don't want peace, you're totally wrong. Totally, utterly wrong.
Okay,
They
no, but to
want
be clear,
peace, they want
no-
two-state solution.
I don't, that's not supported in any of the polling data, that Palestinians want a two-state solution. And when you say that people want peace, I think peace is a reductionist argument. People don't want peace. People want justice, right? If Israel were to offer Palestinians a two-state solution where all of them move into the Gaza Strip and that would cause peace, like nobody would be happy with that. They wouldn't consider that a just resolution.
I actually don't agree. I don't agree that people don't want peace. They want justice. Actually, they can want both. People want both peace and justice. Of course, people want peace because they want safety for future generations and for their children. But they want also justice for those who have died, right? Wanting peace and wanting justice are not two fundamentally exclusionary positions. Okay? It's silly to juxtapose those as sort of somehow contradictory positions, that you can either want peace or you can either want justice. I don't even know where that came from. They don't want peace, they want justice. That's okay.
Solution to the issues that they face. I think that the issue is that Israel historically, I say historically, not even like in the attempts to negotiate peace for the Palestinians, it feels like the people that get most support from Palestinians are radical groups like Hamas or radical actors, not people like Abbas, not the Palestinian Authority, which I think is historically unpopular with Palestinians, or Abbas, who is incredibly unpopular. And I think that issue, I don't know how you deal with it exactly, because it's a very complicated, like top-down, like religious, cultural, political, social issue that you have to deal with in terms of like bringing the Palestinians like to a calmer place. That has to happen before any kind of negotiations happen, because again, like, I mean, going back to the start of this, you can't negotiate with Hamas.
I mean,
Nobody would expect anybody to. That just can't happen. Your leadership can't be Hamas. And if Palestinians hold free elections and they elect more terrorist groups, well, what are you going to do? How do you negotiate with that group of people? It just doesn't. It can't happen.
So, Destiny, you got it backwards. Okay, so in my opinion. So let me explain. Whenever there's a conflict, war, occupation, etc., going on, the radicals will always win. So you saw it in Iraq, where the most radical groups got to be the strongest, because in the middle of America bombing Iraq, the Iraqis weren't going to magically go, God, we love America. Let's pick some moderate Shia Muslim leaders to negotiate with the Americans about how much they're going to kill us and how much they're going to take our oil, etc. No, they're going to do what every human does, which is, who's going to kill them the most? They're killing us. Who's going to kill them? Oh, you guys, the most radical guys, want to kill them the most? We're with you. That's what happens with every human being in every conflict, okay? So in that cauldron, if you say, I can't believe they picked a radical group, that's it, I'm not negotiating with them, you'll never get to war. You'll never get to peace. That's just a fact. So on the other hand, if you get on the road to peace, and my God, if you got to peace, will they stay radical forever? Now, if you say that, it's almost a racist position. Like, once you get to peace and security and justice, you're right, it depends on the contours of the deal. If at that point you think the Palestinians will still attack you, you're basically saying, I don't think they're like other human beings. I think they're violent savages and nothing will appease them.
No, they don't have to be violent savages to be motivated to enact violence against Israel just because of the group of these people in the history that has involved like Israel and Palestine. Like the reality is for the entirety.
By the way, it's totally mangled.
What's mangled?
So the Israelis, not Israelis, Jews and Muslims, including Palestinians, lived there for
We're not. No one. I don't. So
in
for the way that I don't care about Jews and Muslims. I don't think that's relevant here. I think what's relevant are Israelis and Palestinians. Jews and Muslims did live together, even in this very region, kind of happily. But the issue is that, by their perception, European people came in who were also Jews and then created the state of Israel. And this is where a lot of the issues come from. But I mean, I don't know how relevant that is to today. The reality is the Palestinian people that are there don't like the Israeli people that are there. I don't think that it's an anti-Semitic driven hatred for them, although that bleeds into a lot of it since now Palestinians aligned with so many anti-Semitic and extremist groups like Hezbollah or the Houthis or Iran. But I think that the only way, like, I can't think of. So here's like an idea that I have. I don't know if it's actually true or not, but my guess for why radicals always win when it comes to rising up against countries is probably because radicals don't stay in power for very long. You've got coups, you've got radicals, they, take over a government that's failing, but then eventually, inevitably, radical groups never hold power for long. Once they fail, something more stable happens for a long period of time. It's always those stable regimes that start to fail that have radicals come up that are offering something different in order to, convince the people that we should try this instead. But I don't think you can negotiate peace with radicals and then just slowly over time turn them moderate. And also, if you're an Israeli citizen, why would you ever think that would happen given the entire history?
I would say Stalin was a pretty big radical and he stayed in power for a pretty long time. The charitable interpretation of what Destiny is saying would be to say that he is saying that there are certain animosities between people that are not easily quelled by sort of, even when situation stabilizes. But we can look at history of peoples that were occupied and terrorized and And you can see what happened when they were given freedom, if it led to this sort of continuation of escalation and retribution. Like in the case of Poland after World War I, etc. Keep in mind, even when it comes to, which also undermines Destiny's points, when it comes to the Israeli war, the Ukrainian war, when it comes to the Ukrainian war, a lot of Ukrainian people from the beginning has not been saying we want justice, we want revenge, but have been saying actually what we really want is for Russia to leave our borders and to leave us alone. We want to be left alone. We want Russia to leave. We want peace. But we want peace on our terms. That is crucial, by the way. We want peace through Russia leaving our lands. The language isn't we want revenge and we want justice and to kill all the Russians. That's not what's happening. I mean, possibly it's happening, but a lot of voices are saying we actually want Russians to leave us, to leave Ukraine.
History of like your two states existing next to each other has been violence.
Yeah. So let me I'll address your questions, which I think are good ones, in a second. But Destiny, you see that you seem to be saying Mahmoud Abbas is perceived as a moderate collaborator, so we can't negotiate with him because he won't have the credibility. And Hamas is radicals, and so we can't negotiate with them. It seems like you've eliminated every negotiating partner. And if you want further war and occupation, that's pretty convenient. I don't think you want that. So help me understand who you think can be a partner for the Palestinians.
Something that I thought was a really cool idea that I saw floated on Twitter that supposedly Egypt, Israel, Jordan, and Saudi Arabia were talking about. I don't know if this actually amounted to anything, it was true, but it was the idea of another country stepping in and them hosting a government basically there. That Saudi Arabia would send somebody to the West Bank and they would serve as trying to create a transitional government. I think that sounds like an interesting idea, although I can see a billion ways that would go wrong, but at least it would lend some credence or some stability to a government there. But I can't even imagine how Iran would respond to that, or what that would look like. Again, I can see a million ways of it going wrong, but Abbas can't be negotiated with because the Palestinian people... Cenk, I'm sorry, but at no point in human history has anybody negotiated with somebody with no mandate from the people. You just can't do it. Even Arafat himself was pressured by his thought of losing a mandate for the people for negotiating.
Look, you're totally assuming it. You're assuming that the Palestinians don't want two states. They don't want peace, and that's a crazy assumption.
But it's supported by all the polling data.
No, but...
Wait, how do you wrestle with that? How do you wrestle with the fact that the majority of Palestinians, when polled, support?
Of course.
I mean, I need to see the polls. I need to see when they were conducted. I'm seeing in the chat here that a couple of hundred people were polled. So how can you come to the conclusion based on a couple of hundred people polled that the majority of people want this or that? You cannot, unless there's some poll that I'm missing.
Of course, if in the middle of my family being murdered, you ask me, do you support the murderers? I'm going to say no, I don't support the murderers.
And I agree with you, but now you're just, but they've seen Israel as being the murderers for 60, 70 years, or for the entirety of them existing here.
And then you say, hey, Cenk, look, in that unfortunate analogy, your family got butchered. Do you love the guys who butchered? No, I don't. I hate them. And do you like the people who work with them? No, I hate them. Now, do you want it to stop? Well, yeah, I do want it to stop. Okay, so now how are we going to get it to stop? Now are you in favor of that guy stopping it or that guy stopping it? Well, now that's a different question than I love the people who butchered my family.
We have to, I feel like this is a very Western imposition when we say stop and when we say peace. And I'm trying to get people to move off this. Nobody in the world ever wants peace. MLK didn't want peace, right? We talk about like the uneasy tension that exists when there's peace but not justice. What people want is justice. The problem is when you look at Israel and you look at Palestine, their definitions of peace oftentimes are highly conflicting. For Israel, peace might mean where they annex
During time of war, you definitely want peace. Like MLK was a totally different situation because peace in that case meant oppression. Like you cannot compare these things at all. during an active war, during an active conflict, yeah, people want peace. How can you say that nobody ever wants peace? That is a stupid thing to say. An absolutely stupid thing to say. We just have to know what peace means. Because peace can be gained through negotiation, and also peace can be gained through victory. But yeah, people do want peace. People polling has issues. I think many people would support the war. Chanka is so correct here. I don't know. I just don't agree with the statement that people don't want peace but want justice, and that it's some universal rule no matter what the situation, no matter what the conflict, no matter what the context. When MLK said that about the uncomfortable peace, he meant peace which was basically black people just being oppressed, a peaceful situation like that. Exactly. That's the peace that he referenced. Like those are totally incompatible situations. Like, come on.
Parts of the West Bank where they continue to push the Palestinians into increasingly smaller land. They control their airspace indefinitely, and then they make a two-state solution where they're essentially occupying both states still, right? That might be peace for Israelis. Peace for Palestinians might be a one-state solution where every single 6-7 million Palestinians get right of return. They all get to come back. They get to vote. They get to create a Sharia law, Islamist government, and that's peace for them. When we talk about peace, that's not relevant. What's really relevant is what is justice for both sides. And as long as Palestinians' form of justice is whether it's terrorist attacks or whether it's encouraging to fight against the Israeli government, this is the history of Palestine and Israel, is them constantly fighting against each other. And I don't know why we make this excuse for Palestinians.
That is a very simplified look at things. That is an extremely simplified look what that justice looks like. And yeah, peace and justice are not essentially contradictory. In fact, often through justice you find peace.
Where we're like, well, of course they don't support Abbas and they don't want to negotiate because their family's been killed. That's where all the right-wing governments in Israel came from, was from Palestinian terrorist attacks, especially the Second Intifada from 2000-2004. There's like the biggest radicalizing moment for so many Israelis. I don't know why we don't grant them the same leeway. Like, yeah, okay, obviously Israelis are super radicalized as well.
Obvious reason why, Destiny. I mean, come on, you're a smart guy. One side is occupying the other side. So for you to say, oh, they're all equal, I can't believe the Palestinians didn't accept their occupation and fought back. That is just, they're just so radical and nuts, right? And it's definitely their fault. And the other side goes, what? I was just occupying them for 75 years. What? I can't believe they attacked me. No, there's one side that is definitely guilty overall, and that is Israel, for doing the occupation for 75 freaking years. I mean, and if you don't get that the occupation is...
Because again, Destiny is very stupid, assuming that justice is murder. This is where he shows his racist attitudes towards Palestinians.
The core of the problem here, you're trying not to get it. You're trying to avoid the problem because you kind of want the occupation. And so be honest with yourself. And I'm addressing the audience, not you specifically, Destiny. So as long as the people are occupied, they are going to fight back. If you deny that, you're just on a different planet. Like,
I don't disagree that the occupation is a thing that bothers a lot of Palestinians and drives them towards a more radical position.
Bothers.
But I think one thing you don't understand is a lot of Palestinians consider Israelis present in the Levant, in this area, to always be an occupation.
Interesting choice of words. I don't disagree that the occupation bothers a lot of Oh, come on. Somebody comes from a country that has not been occupied.
For some of them, a two-state solution is an occupation still. And I think for Israelis, I think the worry is that even if you did tomorrow negotiate a two-state solution, not only would the attacks not stop, now they're going to be elevated because now they've got their own country to launch attacks from. Now when we go and attack them, now we have to like declare war, and it's going to be a whole other thing. Why would Israeli citizens, what faith would they have that Palestinians would be peaceful after a negotiated two-state solution if Israel just right now acquiesced to all of their demands?
So two things about that, Destiny. Number one, if you stretch that out, that means if we ever give them a state, we think they're going to attack us more.
Wait, come on. This is a rehashed argument of if we let those people free, they're just gonna genocide us. This is I don't know, maybe I'm being silly here, but this is just the repackaged. If we let this minority not be oppressed, then the minority will just kill us all and genocide us all. It's the exact identical argument. If we stop going hard on them, they're just gonna get us. That is not a good one.
So we're never going to give them a state. And that is actually exactly what Israel's doing. So then you're permanently the bad guys. I know it breaks your heart to think of it that way and you won't accept it. No. Occupying 5 million people and humiliating them daily and just rubbing their face. We're in charge. You don't get to be free. You're always going to serve us. But you should love it. Okay? So no, the occupation is definitely the core of the problem. Now, if you say, hey, wait a minute, the Israelis want peace afterwards and justice, and if the Palestinian state then attacks Israel, okay, but then I'm 100% on Israel's side. And so then we have a completely different dynamic. But if you say, because they might attack us, even after we do peace and justice, I'm never going to give them a state, you're saying I'm going to be permanently the bad guy. Permanently the occupier, permanently the oppressor.
Okay, wait, I'm curious. Let's say now,
fact, right?
Let's say that, I mean, in a very reductionist way, kind of, let's say that Palestinians had a state, and it was a combined state of the Gaza Strip and the West Bank. Let's say that this was granted to them, a year ago. And then let's say that October 7th happens again. Would you support the current Israeli invasion into the Gaza Strip, everything else the same? The same number, 25, 35, whatever thousand deaths, 20 to 30% were Hamas militants. Would you support the same Israeli military operation to the Gaza Strip if they were their own country?
So that's a really good question, and I have two answers to that. One is, I would accept it a lot more than the current situation.
But it sounds like you wouldn't accept it. I don't think you would. I think you'd be making the exact same.
I'm getting to that.
Okay.
I'm getting to the second.
I wouldn't be making this exact same, but I think the amount of deaths is not justifiable. Civilians, and we should remember how many of those civilians are children. That a big percentage of people in Gaza are children who cannot vote, cannot decide on anything, cannot really in a meaningful way like or dislike anyone. So we cannot just discuss these things in a vacuum, in a total abstraction.
Right? So number one, I accept it more because, well, brother, you gave them everything they asked for. They still attack you. I get it, right?
Yeah.
And so that's point one. Point two is, no, even in that situation, does there come a point, Destiny, and I would flip this back to you, where you're 200-pound guy with giant muscles and the other kid's like 80 pounds and you've already punched them in the face 20 times. Now everybody looking around. The first time he punched you and you punched him back, people were like, totally get it. You punched him back twice, 4 times, people were like, okay, I still get it. He started the fight. On the 20th time, you're like, please, brother, okay, you were right. You were right to attack them because they attacked you. But stop hitting him in the face. You're going to kill him. This is getting grotesque. So is there a point where it gets to be too much? Of course, it would be under any situation where you've got a war between two countries, right?
Okay, but nobody supports.
Acknowledge that, right?
Acknowledge
that at some point that the country that was attacked has counterattacked so badly that you say,
I don't,
okay, enough,
I don't evaluate conflicts and counterattacked so badly or number of people killed. I'm thinking of like mission objectives, which I think is how every single commander everywhere in the history of all of warfare thinks of warfare. It's not just by number of deaths or whatever. It's by military objective.
Well, that's great, but you're not a commander. You cannot pretend to be a commander. Just because commanders do it, it doesn't follow that you should do it. The job of a commander is to win. That's why they think in terms of military objectives. It's not because it's objectively the best way, no matter who you are, to think of any conflict. That's just, I'm sorry, that was a really silly thing to say. You're not a commander, Destiny. You're a civilian that is commenting on the situation. You're not some grand commander that is planning a campaign on how to end a conflict. From your perspective, thinking in terms of military objectives is just stupid. There's no point to you doing that. What do you hope to achieve from thinking of things from the perspective of military objectives? Because again, commanders do it because they want to implement things that will lead to those military objectives. They're military commanders. Right? Am I being silly here by saying that? Like, come on. This feels like... Hello. I am of the left, that is true. Welcome, Pantur. You should give me some left-leaning bits. I'd be very grateful to you. You're not a military commander, Stephen. You're just not. Don't pretend to be. I would call myself, I guess, on the socialist side. I am a socialist, like my father before me, who formed the left-leaning party after '89 in Poland, like Luke Skywalker. Gee. That is such a silly point to make, the whole looking at things through the perspective of military objectives. That's okay. That's cool. That's cool.
Which is, in this case, it's decapitating what they consider to be a terrorist government or a terrorist group.
But you know that's impossible, right?
It's not impossible. I don't think so. No, of course
not.
You
think they're going to kill enough Hamas members? And at this rate, that means minimum, like 55,000 dead Palestinians.
We don't know 100% how many. I mean, now that the ground invasion has started, I mean, the civilian deaths have slowed down.
I mean, to be charitable to Destiny in this case, decapitating Hamas would not mean killing all of its members. It would getting rid of the leadership and hoping that the members would disperse, therefore, without anyone to lead them. That would be the most logical way to go about it, if anyone would go about it, right? You don't just, if you want to destroy an org, you don't make it a goal to kill every single member of that goal. You go for the person that leads them and make sure that they cannot be replaced. That is the only thing you have to do. You don't have to kill every single, like in a war, you don't have to kill every single enemy soldier in order to win a war. Thank you for the tier 1 subscription for Strahat Monty. Won't be able to donate more for some time though. Thank you for this donation. Thank you so much. I don't think it's silly. More than 1,000 Israelis were killed and taken captive of all genders and ages. The Israeli government living next to Hamas has a duty to defend these citizens who were killed. Yeah, but that has nothing to do with what I said. So it's not silly in that sense, but then it's not really silly for Gaza to do what it did because it's been oppressed for many years. Like this is like
quite a bit, or the
No, they
I should
haven't.
say
150
Palestinians.
today. It's 150 every day.
Yeah, it's better than
Look,
700 to
that's one thing
1,000 a
about
day
your
in the
position.
early conflict. Like the deaths were way higher under the airstrikes. You can look, you can plot, you can see all the deaths per day. There are still Palestinians dying every day, but the numbers have
That's
fallen off quite a bit compared to when the
Dungeons and
invasion
Dragons.
started. But I don't think, with what you said, and I know you're saying you might support the invasion, although it sounds like you've given a lot of reasons why you wouldn't support the invasion. I don't think so. I don't think
If a
anybody
country gets
supports.
attacked by an independent country, of course they get the counterattack. Of course.
No, it's not
And
just.
yes, before because you're a new chatter, I am Polish Jewish, so I don't have a bias against Jewish people. Just before that argument comes up. My great grandfather is buried in a mass grave in the Jewish cemetery.
A counterattack. You keep trying to make this sound like it's a tit for tat. That's not how this works. Like Israel wants to be a secure country. If you're getting attacked by somebody, you have a military objective afterwards. Their military objective is to not get attacked by them anymore. It's not like, well, you killed 1,200 of our people. We're going to go do it October 8th into your territory and kill 1,200 of your people. That's not how it works. That's not how it ever works.
So Destiny, we got attacked on 9/11.
Yeah, but there's no point. That's absolutely silly to only analyze a situation through the lens of military objectives as a civilian who's not a military commander. Like that, come on. Are we really doing this? I mean, I did plan to convert to Judaism for my own personal reasons, but yeah, but that's not what I was trying to say. Oh my god, that's such a weird pun, Rob Fortune. But yes, being of a certain group does not make you correct on a certain topic. That is certainly correct. That is certainly a statement that I can get behind. Apologies, someone's calling me. One moment. I'm gonna try to get us a special. Lucy is a Dungeon Dreamer streamer and Dungeons and Dragon streamer. Yes, right now I am. It is. I had a call from someone. I'm going to try to get us a special guest. I'm gonna try to get us a special guest to talk about Gaza, actually. That's gonna be an interesting one. There's a meeting on Friday that I might attend, and I might get a special guest. I might get Kostek on if he agrees. Provided he agrees, I might get him on the show. On the famous Lucy Has a Show, the biggest leftist stream. 11 people are watching
We then
now. I'm big.
attacked Afghanistan for 20 years. We attacked Iraq, which had nothing to do with it. And we killed and killed and killed and killed. And
I mean,
did we
again,
accomplish
we
our
is
objective?
doing a
20
lot
years
here.
later, people were like, no, I can't believe we left Afghanistan. We didn't accomplish the objective. Because if you like war, you're never going to
I think
accomplish
so.
the
To be
objective.
precise on that, I think we did accomplish a righteous objective, which was essentially the decapitation of Al Qaeda. I think we did a really good job of that. The problem was that we had other missions that were stupid. One was the deposing of Saddam Hussein, and then the other two were the nation-building adventures that we went on in Afghanistan and Iraq. I think that those three things were not good, and I didn't see a good justification for them. But I think that eliminating Al Qaeda in Afghanistan, I thought that was a good thing to do. I think. I don't
Also,
know.
the whole thing looking through the lens of objectives is a really horrible way to look at conflicts. Again, if you're at least not a military leader. Just like what Destiny did with Ukraine. Oh, we got our objectives. That is what Ben Shapiro said. We got our objectives. We weakened Russia, so we might just as well not support Ukraine anymore and just pull out because, the objective has been reached. The objective of Russia being humiliated and weakened. So, which in the long term leads to horrible potentially outcomes. Yeah, it is the job for a military commander to think of short-term military goals. But what of long-term geopolitical goals? Are we just gonna not talk about them in analysis because that has nothing to do with immediate military goals? That's just silly. Again.
Oh, absolutely. But did we actually target Al Qaeda? Now we're going to get too deep into that, but real quick, no, Rums.
It is not a commander's job to think of, if I implement this move on the battlefield, how will it sort of affect the long-term sort of situation? How will it affect the politics, etc.? No, a commander's job is to win, but it is also other people's job to think, if we do this, if we do that, if we pull out now, how will it affect the region in the long run? And that is a thing you do need to think about and talk about. You cannot just ignore it. This is such a strange lens that Destiny's adopting here.
Phil turned down a U.S. general's.
Wait a second.
request
I think it's probably worth just moving on to the Houthis. Just talking about, like, just quickly addressing that. By the way, just apologies, the Wi-Fi and electricity all just turned off in my building, so I had to quickly rush over elsewhere. And all the lights.
That's okay. But look, I gotta ask Destiny a question.
Okay, quickly, then we'll move on to the Houthis. Yeah.
Okay, so when you talk about accomplishing objectives and you say it's just slaughter Hamas, and we'll kind of know when we slaughtered them enough, but in the meanwhile we're just slaughtering innocent Palestinians. But I'm good with it because we're accomplishing a military objective. I really want to ask you: are you like 150 largely innocent, meaning like the great majority of them, even according to the IDF, are innocent civilians? 150 of them, even in the reduced rate, die every day. To me, that breaks my... And Destiny, if 150 Israelis were dying every single day, and we're like, no, Palestinians didn't accomplish their objective. They still don't have a two-state solution. Kill another 150 Israelis. Kill another 150 Israelis. Kill another 150 Israelis. I don't think you'd be good with it. I don't think America would be good with it. I don't
absolutely
think anybody
right.
would be good
I'm
with it.
not good with it.
But
It's
with the
horrible.
Palestinians,
150
they're not really
Palestinians.
human. So
I
I'm
don't know
good
where
with
this not really human thing comes out from. I don't know if you actually do have some anti-Semitism bleeding out of the... I don't know why you keep bringing that up. I don't think anybody's arguing for the anti-humanness of Palestinians. This is a very real
No, but you
geopolitical
don't care if
conflict
they
that doesn't
die.
need... I do care if they die. Hamas doesn't care if they die. And Hamas is the owner of the region, and Hamas is the one conducting warfare. I don't know why we're so critical of the defending country here when Hamas is the one that Hamas has popular support of the Palestinians. Hamas operates out of the Gaza Strip, and Hamas does infinite attacks against civilians. Hold on, you wanted me to answer the question. You asked me if I care that civilians are dying. I do. I think it's horrible that civilians are dying, but the responsibility there rests with Hamas. And if anything, for the Palestinians that continue to support Hamas, which unfortunately is still the majority of the Palestinians. That is a big issue, and that has to be dealt with before we ask Israel to just roll over and grant them infinite peace as a reward for the October 7th attack, and then pray that they don't attack them in the future. Even though if they did attack them in the future, people like you would still say, well, you don't have the right to do that, just like you would probably against the Saudi-led coalition going after the Houthis in Yemen, even though the Houthis in Yemen are shooting ballistic missiles into Riyadh. You're going to say the exact same thing. Well, no, there's a famine, there's a humanitarian crisis, there are too many civilians dying, like that attack. Israel is still the big guy. Israel's still the 200-pound guy against the 120-pound guy, even if they're two separate states. So no, I don't agree that giving them a separate state achieves anything for Israel. I don't even think it gives them better humanitarian standing for people internationally like you that would criticize them regardless. And I just don't see any reason. I think it's absolutely true. But
why the hell would I criticize Israel after they make a peace deal and they have two states? Well, that doesn't even make any sense.
You would criticize them for this same counterattack if Hamas continued to attack them from the Palestinian state.
No, I said you could do a counterattack, but there comes a point where you've murdered enough.
So wait, so counterattacks are just measured? Is a counterattack just measured in human life then? If they kill 1,000 of my citizens, I go kill 1,000 of theirs. Is that the point of a counterattack?
No, your point is endless war, and you just admitted.
I didn't say endless war. You want endless war. You're saying because if you kill,
they're going to attack anyway because they're savages, right?
No.
How many are you going to murder, Destiny?
However many it takes to complete the mission. Because
daily.
You're asking.
That's a fact. I'm in favor of no Israelis dying. None. Zero. You're in favor of 150 Palestinians being murdered every single day because you didn't accomplish your totally impossible objective of decapitating Hamas.
Cenk, when you see the IDF in Gaza right now, do you not see them as what they're trying to do, which is trying to wipe out Hamas? Or do you think they're just trying to kill Palestinians for no reason?
I don't think so either.
No, I think they're trying to punish, collective punishment of the Palestinians.
I
think
agree
they're
with that,
barely trying to get Hamas. They've barely been in the tunnels. They've rescued.
The fact that Palestinians have been collectively punished by Israel and by the IDF has been demonstrated time and time again by the actions of the IDF, by pretty, hard interviews conducted with the government of Israel. Like, come on. Yeah, of course. There is a collective punishment of the Palestinian people happening on the side of Israel. That is undeniable. I'm really wondering if Destiny is going to try to deny that fact.
No hostages. They're murdered hostages.
Wait, hold on. How can you say
Palestinians wantonly on tape with your own eyes, and then you tell us, "Oh golly gee, they meant to shoot someone else, but they just accidentally murdered 27,000 Palestinians. They are the best military in the world, but they always miss. And oh, there goes another civilian. Boy, they were really trying not to kill them. Come on." Again, if you're an Israeli supporter, right-wing Israeli supporter, you believe that with all your heart. I get it. But the rest of the world doesn't believe that.
Nobody. Hold on. The rest of the first of all, if Israel was trying to just kill civilians, a 2 or 4 to 1 ratio of civilian to fighter death for civilian to Hamas militant death in a highly urban environment completely betrays that entire analysis. If they were trying to just kill civilians, they're doing the worst job of any invading power in a highly urban environment ever. Why wouldn't they have killed 100,000 or 500,000 civilians? If they really wanted to just kill as many civilians as possible, why have they only killed 20? What, has it even gotten to 30,000 yet? Why have they killed so few?
Oh, it hasn't even been 30,000. Can you imagine if we said about Israelis? They didn't even kill 30,000 Israelis. They only killed 1,200 Israelis. What's the big deal? Because that is what Israel's doing. They killed 1,200.
Why have they only killed? Why have they killed so few? Why have they killed so few?
Now it takes a whole week to kill 1,200 Palestinians, but no one cares.
First of all,
dead Palestinians are irrelevant irrelevant to the West because that's why I make the point about non-humans.
No, that's not true.
'Cause if
Dead
it was Israelis
Palestinians
being killed, you would be livid.
Dead-
But when it's Palestinians being killed, you just genuinely don't.
No, Jake, I think that's not the point Destiny's trying to make. What he's trying to say is, why, if Israel really were just trying to kill Palestinians and they were just
that's
about
easy.
collective punishment, couldn't they kill
Yeah.
so many more people?
Yeah. So that's an easy talking point. Yes, there's a difference between genocide and Holocaust. If anyone says Israel's trying to do a Holocaust where they're trying to kill every single Palestinian, that is obviously not true, right? If they wanted to kill every Palestinian,
That is unfortunately not like that is unfortunately like he is hitting on a very correct point here. That when people think genocide, they generally think the Holocaust, absolute elimination in factories like camps, and if it doesn't meet that standard, then it's doesn't even approach genocide, which is just a very in that sort of sense, the Holocaust getting into the mainstream discussion has done a lot of damage to discussing genocide as a topic at all, you know? Because all genocides are being compared to basically the impossible standard of the Holocaust, when the Holocaust was very specific and very different from other genocides in a lot of key ways. Like just like with the Paraimos, the goal of the Holocaust wasn't just to destroy the group in whole or in part in a given region. It was to kill all Jewish people with the Holocaust and all Roma people when it comes to the Paraimos all over the world, no matter where they would be, no matter where they would dwell, no matter how many there would be left, they all have to be eliminated for the sin of who they are. That is not how, generally speaking, genocides are conducted and thought about by the perpetrators.
Could, obviously, right? So then the question is, yes, but are they targeting Palestinians, and which is the definition of genocide, and killing them in a disproportionate way? Yes, obviously.
You said the whole point of what they're doing.
That is actually not that is not exactly the definition of genocide is not targeting a group in a disproportionate way. The definition is targeting with the intent to destroy it in whole or in part, which is a pretty important thing.
It's trying to kill Palestinians.
No. Okay, so let's be super clear. So do they have an ostensible objective? I mean, they never go in the tunnels. They barely ever kill Hamas. They never rescue
What do you mean
hostages.
barely
But
kill
do
Hamas?
they-
20 to
do
30% of
they-
that
do
so
they-
far been attributed to Hamas fighters. How is that barely
yeah,
killing them?
Yeah, like they've never shown any, like, anyway, I don't
They
want
never
to
showed any what? They've showed tons of video footage of tons of different things, but okay.
Okay, all right. So, but even by their own admission, they kill 2/3 civilians, and that is the best case scenario.
Which isn't
right?
bad given that it's highly urban warfare. Those ratios are about what you'd
so
expect them
you're
to
good
be.
with Hamas.
What?
You're good with Hamas, because Hamas killed 2/3 civilians. Same
Hamas
exact
tries to
ratio.
kill. Hamas wants to kill civilians.
No,
Wait, what are we basing this on? That it's something that we should be expecting? What are we basing that statement on? That is something that we should be expecting? That I'm really curious about that. What are we we're just throwing statements at this point. Oh, it's a highly urban area, so we should be expecting this and this many people to be killed. But okay, that feels logical on its face, but what are we basing that on? You know? Does that make sense? What are we actually basing that on? This one feels...
Oh, well, what do you mean? They killed troops and they killed civilians at the same exact rate as the IDF.
I don't think it was. I think it was like 5-1 or more. Wasn't it?
No,
1,200 people killed and 200 were military people.
Some odd civilians and 300 some odd soldiers. So
Wait,
when
how many civilians
Hamas
did you
does
say?
it's terrible terrorism. When Israel does it, they had to
Where's
murder.
different? Jane, can you not? Can you not? Jane, can you not? Jen, can you not make the distinction of Hamas going into Israel on October 7th, just trying to kill civilians for the sake of it, not any other
They didn't
mission?
just try to
But
kill
then what Israel are
civilians.
doing? Actually, what?
Look, I hated that they killed civilians,
Yeah.
but they also killed troops. So it's like
No, I
they
understand
didn't-
that, but do you not see the difference in alternative motive between what the IDF are doing and what Hamas are doing?
No, first of all, I don't like. Let me be clear. I don't believe the right-wing government of Israel when they say we're the world's worst army, even though we have every capability in the world. We just keep missing. We just accidentally murdered 25 times the number of civilians as Hamas, the terrorist group Hamas. But oops, did I do it again? So what are they trying to do? They're trying to have plausible deniability for vengeance. So their plausible deniability is, no, I sent guys there. I tried to get Hamas. I tried to get the hostages a little bit. But as I was doing that, I murdered, and I dug up their cemeteries, and I took their ancestors, and I rubbed it in their face. Look at me spitting on your ancestors. And then I bombed their hospitals. Then I bombed their schools. Then I bombed 85% of the buildings. And then now a quarter of them, 500,000 people, are starving. 80% of the world's people that are starving in the world are in Gaza right now. But if you think that's all an accident, they didn't mean to do any of that.
80% of the starving people in the world are in Gaza right now?
That's right, according to the United Nations. I know you're going to say, the United Nations is anti-Semitic. We don't count it. We don't count it. Nothing
Considering
counts.
the population of Yemen is like 35 million people and there are only 2 million people in Gaza, and I'm like half the population of Yemen, that's just one
I'm
country.
just
That
saying
number is
that,
insane.
man.
There's no way that number is true.
Destiny, it doesn't matter. You're good with it. You're good with the deaths. You're good with the starvation. They haven't accomplished their objective yet. Their objective is vengeance and terrorism.
Then they're doing a
You
really
can't see
bad
that
job
with
of it.
one.
Why haven't they killed 400,000 Palestinians?
Because they wouldn't be able to get away with it. Okay.
Okay, so
why.
they're trying to kill indiscriminately, but only as much as they can get away
Not
from. But they've also
indiscriminately.
managed to kill 25% of the civilians are militants, and
So your big defense of this genocide is, well, we didn't kill them all.
there is no genocide.
We didn't kill them all.
Yeah.
I mean, we butchered 27,000 people, but we didn't kill them all. By the way, that's exactly what the Serbs could have said in Srebrenica. By the way, the Turks could have said it about the Armenian genocide. They attacked us and hid behind their human shields.
So 2 million
we
of them
hold
needed to
on,
be
hold on.
death
We had a right to
marched?
defend ourselves.
I mean, that is sort of true. That is how it started anyway, with the Ottoman Empire.
Hold on.
Okay.
We had a right to defend ourselves, and we didn't kill all the Armenians, and yet you call it a genocide. You see how absurd that sounds when it's about Turks. But when it's about Israelis, nope, regular rules do not apply. They can kill anyone they like, and they could just keep on butchering them to the end of time. I gave you a real peace plan that gets Israel's security. If security for Israel is not good enough, then you're admitting you just want vengeance.
Wait, so just before, I know we need to close up, so we've been pushing on Cenk the whole time. So I want to ask you, Destiny, a question on your proposed plan. At what point would you say this is the IDF have actually accomplished their plan to eliminate Hamas, or how many? I know I asked you this in the last debate, but it's a really good question.
I
Just
unfortunately,
how many
I'm not.
lives is it worth it?
Yeah, I don't know what the actual like military decision is when like the job is finished. I don't know if that includes like a certain amount of their leadership killed. I don't know if that includes like a loss of confidence from the Palestinian people, or if it includes like a certain percentage of fighters, or if it includes a certain percentage of whatever. I don't know how they do that military distinction.
Is there a certain mark of death that you're okay with, or it's just really whatever it takes to kill out?
I mean, like, what I would be looking for basically is to make sure that the ratio of like basically that the ratio of militants killed to civilians killed still seems to be falling within where you would expect it to be for combat like this, given the number of militants and the number of civilians. I don't think there's anything right now that's crazy out of whack. If it's about like 1 militant killed for every 3 civilians, given how highly urbanized the conflict is, given how much Hamas hides among like the civilian population and operates out of the civilian population. So as long as the warfare continues to move in that direction, and hopefully there's no like major famine or anything that occurs in Gaza the same way that there has been in Yemen, then I mean I would probably continue to support the military operation, because with Hamas in the Gaza Strip, I mean what is this, our 6th Hamas-Israeli war? Like it's not going to stop. That's never going to stop. Hamas has been launching rockets constantly. We can use all the morally loaded, dogged or like bad terms we want about Israel being murderers or killing all Palestinians or blah 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 blah. But the reality is this is what Hamas thinks about Israeli citizens. That's why they launch rockets rights every single day and have been for 15 years. It's why they celebrated October 7th. It's why their spokespeople say they want to do more and more October 7th. It's why they are committed to aligning with people that also want Israel destroyed, right? If you look at who are the Palestinian Hamas partners, it's the Houthis, it's Hezbollah, it's Iran. These people don't have moderate positions towards Israel, and they surely don't support two-state solutions among themselves either, any more than they support a North and South division in Yemen. So, yeah, I mean, like, right now, I don't know how it's going to happen or what has to happen if another Arab state has to take the reins on it, but something has to happen to slow down or calm down the feelings of the Palestinian people that are pushing them to want to fight so much. And Jank's idea of having a boss be the negotiator, historically, it doesn't work. You can't just pull a random person from Mexico and say, you are now the Mexican negotiator, and we're going to do trade agreements, and we're going to do state agreements, and we're going to do border. That just doesn't work. It can't work. It hasn't even worked in this region.
You just don't want it.
No, you don't want peace. You're asking for an impossibility, which is for Israel to say, okay, you guys that have all been trying to kill us for however many years, we're just going to go ahead and hand the reins over to you to completely govern a state, and hope that despite the fact that you're being supported by terrorist groups that are shipping weapons to you and want to see our state destroyed, we hope that you're going to just become peaceful over time for reasons, even though we're negotiating a peace agreement with somebody that even was popularly elected and still is seen as a tool of the Israeli government, but maybe with only 10% support, if we negotiate something with him, you guys will all accept it. That's just unrealistic. It would never happen.
I can't take it. I'm going to say something potentially offensive, but
Okay.
that is just a dumb talking point. Every battle is between two sides who hate each other. If the Turks said to the Armenians, well, you guys still hate us, and they did. They hated us. You know why they hated us? Because we occupied them. Because we were an empire, and we did not give them rights. And we said, we are in charge, and you are not, and you should know your role. Turks rule over Armenians. If we said, I can't believe they hate us. I can't believe they attacked us. We have every right to murder them to no end. That would be absurd, and that's called a genocide. And the fact that the Armenians hated us does not justify anything. You do a peace deal with the people who hate you. You don't do it with the people who love you. So this lunatic standard of, I will not do a peace deal until the Palestinians love me, is just total bullshit.
It's not about them loving you. It's about you have the way that you do peace deals is by eliminating their will to fight. That is how a peace deal is done.
God.
If they still want to fight,
murder Destiny?
how many died in World War II? How many Soviet citizens were killed by the?
That's not exactly how that always happens.
The Germans, how many Nazis were killed? How many German citizens were killed in the Dresden bombings? How many Japanese people were killed in the Tokyo bombings? No, you're talking about.
Fact, you just said it.
Okay,
I want to murder no Israelis. Never.
None. Okay, so in World War II, in World War II, you would have negotiated peace with Nazi Germany. Is that what you would have wanted to do?
It's total apples and oranges.
Okay, we'll compare it. No, hold on. We hate each other. You don't negotiate peace with people you like. You negotiate peace with people you hate. So for Nazi Germany. So we really hate the Nazis. Would you negotiate peace with Nazi Germany in World War II instead of going to war?
So Destiny, this is your.
I mean, that is what appeasement was all about. So that's not a hypothetical question, even.
Your favorite stupid announcement.
I'm gonna ask the exact. Call it down. That's okay. Ask it, Tom. Go ahead, do it.
Okay,
I'm gonna ask the same question when you finish your rant, though. I'm gonna ask you: would you negotiate peace with Nazi Germany? Go ahead.
So,
Maybe.
The Nazis were in the middle. Of murdering 6 million Jews and 13 million innocent people, let alone the millions that died in the war. So if in the middle of their murder, somebody said, hey, let's give them what they want, that would have been dumb.
So like right after October 7th?
Hold on, you asked a question and I'm answering it. But when the Germans stopped fighting back, okay, and you could say, hey, I want Hamas. And the difference between Hamas and the Nazis is that the Nazis had a massive army. So when they fought, they killed thousands and thousands and eventually millions, right? The Palestinians have peace shooters. So they're like, oh, well, technically one came over. Okay, nobody got hurt and we have Iron Dome. But good enough, I want to just keep going. No, you get to peace at some point. but you don't do it while the Nazis are butchering people. That is that is a
Correct.
legitimate war to protect those people.
So you have to
But right
just-
now, October 7th happened months and months ago, and every day you've been killing thousands and thousands or hundreds and hundreds of Palestinians, and you say, not enough, not enough, not enough, not enough, kill more, kill more, kill more. You're the guilty one.
So once Normandy happens and the Germans are like, okay, shoot, we don't know if these forces are going to push on us.
Who's
Maybe
the
it's gonna,
German?
what?
You're comparing Palestinians to Germans. The Palestinians have no power. The Nazis had tremendous
That's
power
not. It doesn't
and
matter.
murdered
I'm
all
talking
those
about
people.
negotiating peace with an enemy. Would you negotiate peace with Nazi Germany, rather than going to war and killing potentially
We did,
millions more?
Destiny, do you know that?
No, we didn't. No, we
negotiate.
didn't. Their
And
leader
the
killed
people who
himself.
pushed
We
us
bombed
out-
their cities into non-existence. We completely destroyed half the country. That's not even counting what we did to Japan. We destroyed the enemy's will to fight. They surrendered
You know
unconditionally.
what we did after that, Destiny?
After the unconditional surrender, yes. After.
Hold on,
After.
let me
After.
explain.
After.
You know what we did after that? We did, as a world, we did the concept of war crimes so that both sides would stop murdering their civilians so grossly. The Nazis murdered all those civilians, and let's be honest, America murdered tons of civilians in Japan and in Germany, etc. And at the end of that, we looked around and said, that was awful. We don't want that to happen again. We're going to come up with the idea of concept of war crimes and make sure
genocide
that you're
also.
targeting troops and not civilians. Now, after all the progress we made on that, after we defeated the Nazis, after we set up a decent, at best, just system, now you guys go, yeah, war crimes, who cares? Let's go back to the bad old days where we murder each other's civilians.
I mean, that's true. I have to give that one to Cenk. I'm sorry. I mean, the doctor thing is complicated because doctors sort of have to become a little bit numb because of like for mental sort of self-preservation, you know? Like if you would weep after every lost patient, then possibly you would be in a very bad place mentally, right? And you do have to do your job as a doctor, as a surgeon, etc. You do have to do your job, and you cannot do it if you're a mental wreck, right? But it doesn't mean also that doctors become total emotionless monsters as well, right?
To no end, but by the way, I'm not a terrorist. I want to kill all their civilians, but I'm not a terrorist.
Nobody is talking about killing all their civilians. Also, I'm pretty sure
You're
Geneva
doing
Conventions.
it, Destiny.
This
You're
was after
doing
this
it. It's
Geneva
not
Convention.
theoretical.
Geneva Convention was after World War One, not World War II. Okay, so we already had laws governing conflict, and we still killed a whole lot of civilians. Also, secondly, again, my point stands. How did we achieve peace after World War II? It was with a lot of cooperation, after massive invasions, after destroying the enemy's will to fight, and then followed by decades and decades of occupation.
So,
Wait, so
yeah,
Cenk,
one last example to address that.
Cenk, just before-
The Mongols came into Baghdad and killed.
I mean, that is true. But the thing about the occupations of Japan, of Germany, is that eventually the occupations ended and governments were allowed to form in those regions. It wasn't an indefinite occupation situation, so it's you know,
800,000 people back in the 1200s, killed every man, woman, and child. And they could have just said, well, look, man, I can't negotiate with these guys until I'm done, until I feel safe. So I killed every man, woman, and child. Now I feel safe. Now we can negotiate. I would much prefer to negotiate in the middle if you have someone that is not the equivalent of Nazis who are in the middle of killing 13 million innocent people. Sorry, go ahead.
Yes, no. So I was just looking at the time, and you're running around 10 minutes late. Do you want to finish now, or do you want to just
last
finish
thing
the
is, I
argument?
know you wanted to say something about the Houthis, so go ahead and ask about the Houthis.
Okay, so maybe we should just do this quickly. So, how should America respond to the Houthis? That was really it. So, Cenk,
Yeah.
you go, and then we'll go to Destiny.
So I understand what the Houthis are doing, and what they're basically doing is they're a toll road in the Red Sea, and in order to go around, it costs 10% more to those ships. Wow, I'm so worried about the 10% more. And so, should we protect our own ships? Of course, we have to protect our own ships. So, you do a missile strike from where the missiles came from that attacked your ships, fair. But for God's sake, get out of there. Get out of there. I don't want a wider regional war. And right now, the neocons that include Biden, Trump, and all of them, Nikki Haley is the worst of them all, and Lindsey Graham, that bloodthirsty monster, are saying war with Iran. And, the Houthis attacked us. We got 3 people dead that we put in harm's way in Jordan. So because of that, even though we attacked, they counterattacked. That's it, World War III. Go attack Iran, go attack Yemen, get us into an unwinnable, ridiculous, insane war where more Americans are going to die. We're going to waste a couple more $1 trillion, which is actually the whole point of this. The defense contractors, the oil companies bribe all of our politicians. They love this war. They profit tremendously from these death and destruction and war. Get out of the Middle East. Peace, 2-state solution, end the occupation, and get the hell out.
Destiny?
You can't attack and close international shipping lanes because you're not happy about another conflict that's unrelated to you. That should absolutely be enforced with the full brunt of every military option we have available to us. If you're attacking or trying to close international shipping lanes, then yeah, your stuff is going to get blown up. I think that's a totally reasonable response. If the United States should be doing anything internationally, it should be guaranteeing free passage through shipping lanes. It's like one of the only noble, righteous missions we could possibly have when it comes to conducting international warfare.
I don't agree with noble. It's all about money. In fact, they call this Operation Prosperity Guardian. So they're pretty brazen about it. This is all about capitalism.
Yeah, I agree. It is a lot about money, and poor people that can't afford things like food or water or other goods or services are the ones that are probably hurt the most when these types of shipping things get contravened, right? The cost of shipping containers is exploding across Europe, who already were feeling crunches from energy pressure and energy prices. It's not like rich people are necessarily being hurt as much by increased cost of goods and services. It's probably going to be poor people that get hurt the most, is what I would imagine. But at the end of the day, it's about, yes, it is about money. But I mean, that's a really, at the end of the day, being homeless is about money and capitalism, I guess, right? If they had more money and more capitalism, maybe they would not be homeless. But I mean, that's a really weird reductionist way to say it. Like any starving person's problem is they don't have enough capitalism in their life. It's a weird thing, right?
So look, I got no leg to stand out because I called one of your arguments dumb earlier.
That's fine.
Every argument you say is reductionist. No, it literally costs 10% more to sail around Africa. So we're saying we're going to go kill those Houthis, and I get it. Like I said, you could do a counterstrike. It's logical, but we're going to go kill them and maybe get into a wider war because not America, but corporations have to pay 10%
I'm
more.
not sure if I'm gonna.
So we see, I think at every opportunity, America
Wait, hold on. If corporations have to pay 10% more, who's ultimately paying more at the end of the day?
I know the beloved corporations must be protected because of poor people.
What is the corporate? No, if your profit margin as a corporation is 10%, and now your cost is 10% more, you don't make any money. You have to. The consumer is going to pay the cost. That's how all inflation costs work, right?
We can get into an inflation and cost debate. During inflation, the companies jacked up their prices.
No, I said this is. I don't
bragged about how they didn't need to actually do it, but they found out that they could pay the price, so they jacked it. So look, you want to defend capitalism by killing people, I get it. But hey, do you agree that the Houthis, what they're doing, we might hate it and we might counterstrike, but it's very logical. They're trying to help their brothers in Palestine. They're the only ones that are helping. They're saying, okay, we're going to put a 10% tax on you guys.
They're not trying to help their brothers in Palestine. Their own citizens are experiencing unprecedented famines. What might end up being the worst famine in the last century. A real famine, not the one that you guys talk about happening in Gaza all the time, but an actual one where hundreds of thousands of people are starving to death. Where when you look up pictures, if you Google pictures starving Gaza children, you see children in okay clothes with dirty faces standing in lines for food. And when you look up pictures of starving Yemeni children, you see babies with bloated stomachs and corpses, okay? Yemen is having a real famine where hundreds of thousands of people are either starving. I think 40% of their children have stunted growth. They don't have access to food or water. UN missions are having to be cut off because the Houthi are literally commandeering supplies for warfare. So, no, I don't think that the Houthis' mission right now should be to blow up international shipping containers, to screw over the whole rest of the world, to help their brothers in Palestine. They probably are doing it because they get weapons and training from Hezbollah and from Iran, and those people are invested in the mission in Israel, so they kind of got a way to suck Yemen into it as well, which I think is immoral and bad and horrible.
Jenk, I just want to ask you a point on the Houthis. So, just aside from the actual tax points, do you think every time America's intimidated like this, America should back away and say, okay, we'll do another route and we'll pay 10% more?
No, I hate that kind of thinking. That kind of thinking is what gets us into endless wars. Oh, you were trying to intimidate me. You know what?
Oh my god, I don't like the argument of the endless war because that's what's being leveraged against Ukraine. And also, I'm not gonna. Yep, no, sorry. Like the international trade thing, the ships weren't just going to Israel; they were going to pretty crucial places. So no, like that's just no. You know.
I did. I murdered more of your people than you murdered more of my people, than I murdered more of your people, and round we go. Oh, I'm going to be tougher and bigger, and I'm going to intimidate you back by killing you more. No,
Just to be clear, that mentality is what has stopped wars worldwide. That's why NATO and the United States being the big bad bully guy, that's why major powers generally don't go to war anymore, with the exception right now of Russia and Ukraine. And that's also, funnily enough, the history of Israel too. Them being a big bad bully is what finally got all the other countries around them, as you said, to acquiesce and sign peace deals with them. So that seems to be the way to go, is making yourself small and vulnerable and accepting terrorist attacks over and over again and getting, blown up with guys. That's called appeasement. We've tried that. It doesn't work. It never works. Usually the way that you make it work is to be the bigger bully and say, hey, listen, if you do some shit, you're going to get slapped. That's how it usually works.
Okay, look, guys. Last things here. I'm in favor of balance so that because if you go to logical extremes and you go, hey, the minute there's a hostility, appeasement, I give in everything you want. Of course.
Destiny's talking about deterrence. Deterrence series. Destiny simply hates Palestinian people at this point and comfortable to dehumanize them. Destiny is a big theorizer of deterrence.
That's a terrible strategy, right? And if you say, oh, there was conflict, then I'm going to ramp it up and ramp it up.
I know the real famine because one famine is clearly a fake famine. That was a weird one. I'm not gonna lie.
Up and ramp it up, that's endless war. That's obviously dumb. So you need to do balance. Hey, like what did I say earlier? You could rewind the tape. Yeah, we get to counter-strike when they go after our ships. And then I would leave it alone because I'm for balance, and then do a peace deal in Israel and get out before there are further hostilities. But if you guys say every time you try to get to peace, it's appeasement, you're going to have endless war, and that's a fact, and that's what we have had. And has it made America safer? Has it made Israel safer? Absolutely not. All it has done is inflame the Muslim world. And how many times are we going to murder them before they go, hey, you know what? It turns out we're human beings and we don't like being murdered. So we're going to fight back. And every time they fight back, we go, oh, I can't believe it. No appeasement. War, more war. Iraq, Iran, Yemen, more war. So right now, the Palestinians are being butchered on a daily basis. And what I conclude, and I've said 1,000 times now, for God's sake, get to peace. A just peace. Destiny's right about that. It has to be just. And here's a partner that you could do it with Abbas if you get the Arab countries, which they will, to support him and to put pressure on him to get to a peace deal. The opposing view is 150 more dead Palestinians today and tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow. And then maybe a couple of months from now, after thousands of more innocent civilians are dead, thousands and thousands, maybe Netanyahu will judge that he has eradicated Hamas and out of the goodness of his heart, stop killing Palestinians because he accomplished a military objective. Do you guys hear yourself? Do you get that is, no one thinks that's going to happen. And every day that more Palestinians die, my heart breaks. But I just don't see that in America from others. So I look, right at this point, I basically turned my whole campaign into a fight for peace and justice. No more war, no more occupation, no more money to Israel. As long as they continue to do that, they are not our ally. They have been they have gotten
I
us
don't trust
into
Cenk. I'm
tons
not
of
gonna vote for
conflicts
him
on their
anymore.
behalf because they wanted more land.
I mean,
And
the
this
Ukraine
is the
takes are
worst
just...
ally in the world. They never listen to us. And until if they don't end the war and the occupation, we should send them absolutely no money. And look, I'm in this crazy long shot thing to at least send a message to Washington. Enough. If you say no, today is not enough, it's appeasement. Let's keep killing Palestinians. Ellie asked the perfect question, and I got to be honest, Destiny, you had no answer other than keep going, which is how many Palestinians are you going to kill before you say it's enough? And you have no answer. So your answer is endless death for Palestinians, but I can't believe they're fighting back.
Yeah.
Destiny,
okay.
maybe just take a minute to respond and then we'll finish.
Sure. This is my frustrating thing when it comes to talking about international conflict, when it comes to talking about politics, and when it comes to talking about solving these things on the ground, okay? You've got some people that work incredibly hard.
Oh, yeah, because Destiny is the expert when it comes to what's happening on the ground. Because Destiny often is the person that goes and sort of ascertains the situation on the ground. Destiny is like the #1 visitor of the ground. On the ground. On the ground.
In government, in NGOs, in political negotiations from other countries that really try to bring the conflict to the end. And then you've got pundits that make money off of hyperbolizing the actual conflict and not actually...
I mean, pot meat kettle? You're not a person on the ground. That's sort of... I don't know. You're not. You're that pundit. What?
Saying anything meaningful about it. It is so frustrating to hear over and over again, 150 Palestinians, 150 Palestinians, 150. That doesn't get us anywhere closer to anything. Nobody asked the question, how many Japanese need to die before the war ends? How many German soldiers need to die before the war ends? How many Iraqi soldiers need to die before we stop the first Gulf War? How many people need to die in South Korea, in Vietnam? Like, that's not how anybody has ever thought about the conflict. You don't know how many people died in Yemen, do you? You probably don't know how many people died in the first Gulf War, do you? You probably don't know the total death count in any military conflict, but in this particular one, the only thing anybody seems to know is how many Palestinians died. It's the only thing that people know, which is ironic. Even earlier, you said that you don't care about Palestinian civilian deaths. The only thing you...
It would be very funny if Cenk gave those numbers on the top of his head. That would be the funniest thing ever. If Cenk was like, oh, okay, Gulf War, this and this amount of people died. Oh yeah, this amount of people died. That would have just, I mean, that would have just defeated the argument right there. What if Cenk is actually a super nerd and he actually has all these numbers in his head memorized, and he's just gonna smile now and say, "Oh, you want to know how many people died in this war and in that war? Okay, so I'm happy to oblige." When was this Destiny? When Destiny was fighting against Alex Jones?
You seem to care about is Palestinian civilian deaths. And the only thing that you want is the short-term minimization of those deaths, even if it comes to the long-term actual procurement of a real, lasting, peaceful justice, which is something you have absolutely no concern of talking about, which is why you're presenting the most ahistorical, unbelievable idea ever, that Abbas, who is universally one of the least popular Palestinians ever, you could get a guy called Finkel Goldstein, okay, to be the leader of the Palestinians, and he would pull higher than fucking Abbas. The fact that you want this guy to be the one to negotiate these peace deals with Israel, when we're probably lead to the 3rd, 4th, and 5th Intifada combined, is just an unrealistic solution. But in response to any of these actual roadblocks that somebody puts up before you for peace, the only thing you can say is murder, evil, immoral, 150, dead every day, evil, U.S. not good, don't support evil. But like even what you're saying here, don't support Israel anymore as the United States. What do you think Israel would do if they didn't have the support of the United States? We might be one of the only partners that are actually reining them in, which we have. It's why we've encouraged them to slow down on their strikes. It's why we've encouraged them to allow humanitarian aid in. We're probably one of the only people that Israel will actually listen to when it comes to curbing the violence that happens against Palestinians. I think that there needs to be an actual conversation sometimes about pundits, like actually talking about realistic peace plans and not just repeating these like talking points over and over again of like 150 dead, 150 dead. That doesn't get us anywhere. We've never thought about any conflict like that ever.
Yes, we have.
Well, I think that's a good end. Thank you both. Thank you, Cenk, and thank you, Destiny.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
I don't know who we are, but we've definitely thought of conflicts like... Yes, we have. What? Oh, come on. Yes, we have.
Guys, I appreciate it. I know it got heated. I look for the
It's a
partisans
Dungeon and
on
Dragon.
both sides. They're going to hear what they wanted to hear. I think for the people in the middle, we made ourselves clear. And by the way, just so you know, and Destiny and I agree on this. He thinks I keep harping on it, and it's ridiculous. And you guys decide whether it's ridiculous or not. But tomorrow, another 150 innocent Palestinians will be murdered, and the day after, and the day after. And so Destiny thinks they had to die. I don't think they had to die. So you guys be the judge.
Brilliant. Thank you both for joining.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Thanks for chatting.
All right,
Israel.
thanks,
Good luck.
guys.
Bye.
Destiny,
Yeah.
are you able to send over the footage afterwards?
Okay, that's it. That's it for now. We're turning off the game. The game is over. We've played too many games. We've messed around too much. Oh, I've got topics. I've got actual, you're here to watch my segments. You're not here to watch debates from Destiny. That Destiny is not the person you love. I'm the person you love, okay? I'm the person. So, Destiny here fundamentally does not understand insurgency movements. I mean, you could basically use that argument against... Because you could fundamentally use this argument against the independence of Poland if you know the history. After the wars of Napoleon, a pseudo-state, a pseudo-country was created called the Polish Congress Kingdom, which was de facto part of Russia, okay? And Poland has launched a series of armed uprisings against Russia, among other things. And Russia has reacted with a hard hand by suppression, oppression, mass killings, mass deportation to Siberia, doing away with rights, doing away with the language, even Russification and other things. And so, technically speaking, you could say, well, Polish people did violence, so Russia was perfectly in its right to defend itself against violent Polish uprisers, so it was perfectly fine to just kill them, So I guess we could go there if we wanted. And then we could say that, then we could actually go with the Destiny argument and say, what if Poland was given a country? What if Poland was given a country? Oh, then it would just attack Russia from its newly created country, no? Because they hate the Russians. They've been occupied by the Russians, so they hate them. So why would anyone agree even to the creation of a Polish state if it's just gonna lead to you know what? Right? Why give Polish people... Okay, now this is really quick. Okay, we might as well watch this since it's really quick. Thank you. We might as well watch this. This one's really quick, so we might as well react to it, I guess. And then we're gonna go with the segment that I got planned for today. A few segments, actually.
Shuhada al.
Actually, a few segments. So that's gonna be like... The YouTube is not bad, so we're gonna actually watch it.
One. How do you respond when people that are against Israel say, what about the displacement of Palestinians by Zionist militias during the period of the Nakba? That already happened before the 1948 war. Yes. But the period of the Nakba was, the initiation of force was again unilateral. It was the Palestinians who initiated force. And in defending themselves, Jews kicked Palestinians off of their land because they were using that land to attack the Jews.
So again, Polish people used their land to attack Mother Russia from their pseudo country, and so the Russians were perfectly in their right mind to defend themselves and send them to Siberia. So
It's also true that most of the Palestinians who left because they were afraid. Left because Arab countries told them to leave, that when they invaded, they will destroy the Jews and bring them all back. But the context of the Nakba is the dedication of the Palestinian people and the Arab world to destroy and murder every single Jew in Palestine. Jews were defending themselves. In the defending themselves, did they kick out some Palestinians? In defending
Some.
themselves, did they kill some innocents?
some.
Yes.
No, it's just so basically it's a self-defense ethnic cleansing.
Blood is on those who initiated force. The blood is on the Palestinians. The blood is on the Arab countries. It is their responsibility from beginning to end. It is their responsibility. Again, if you're defending yourself, somebody's coming at you with a gun and shooting at you, what are you supposed to do? Just say, whoops, I don't want to hurt their property rights. I don't want to kick them off their land. I don't want to hurt them in any way. I mean, you have to really lack self-esteem. You have to really lack any kind of valuing of your own life to have that kind of perspective on self-defense. I'm going to care more about my enemy than myself.
I mean, the whole self-defense in the US is a very crazy topic to begin with, so
I didn't care more about his rights than me, more about his children than mine. And you can say I'm biased, but show me the history book that suggests otherwise. I'll take you on the history. I mean, this is the thing.
I'll take you on. Who is this? Who is this person?
9% of these libertarians know nothing about the history.
Do you?
I'll take you back to the late 19th century when Jews came to Palestine and bought land. I'll take you back to the first Arab...
Oh, you'll take me back to the late 18th century and bought land in minimum amounts when Herzl, the supposed father of Zionism, has declared that actually, without giant backers, which they couldn't secure, buying up land is just a waste of time. Herzl, who went to Palestine once, didn't like it and never visited again. We really should be talking about the end of the 19th century. We really should. Because the reality of the 19th century Zionist movement was a lot different than a lot of people would like to pretend. A lot of people now, because Zionism succeeded, like to say that Zionism was basically too big to fail from the beginning. But Herzl, on his deathbed, basically considered the movement a failure and thought that Zionism would die with him and that Jewish people were, by his own words, unworthy of gaining a country because they couldn't appreciate Zionism.
Riots against Jews, I think it was 1917, and then 1920 something, and then 1938,
Or 1920 something.
and then 1947, a partition plan, a two-state solution. You'd think the Palestinians would jump on the opportunity. Israelis dance in the street the night the UN votes on a two-state solution. The next day, the Palestinians start shooting. They reject the two-state solution completely. And what is their solution? Violence. Violence, violence, violence. It's all their leadership has ever known. It's all their leadership has ever advocated for.
Let me see. I'm gonna check him out quickly. Mm-hmm. Yeah. He advocates the withdrawal of US troops from Europe and US withdrawal from the North Atlantic Treaty Organization and the United Nations, calling the latter one of the most immoral institutions ever created by man. That's okay. That's just sorry. Mm, I'm just not that big on this person. Okay, we're gonna go back to a different topic now. As we know, the GOP has torpedoed help for Ukraine. There is no aid for Ukraine going on. And everybody's talking about how Europe is basically begging the US to not be ridiculous and to sort of find a way to unlock this stun lock. So I'm not going to talk about that because probably many people are going to be talking about this topic. Many people are talking about the evils of Donald Trump and the Republican Party at large. And some people have even spoken of the international result of Taiwan. But we're going to be briefly looking at a topic that's, I don't think, not been really discussed anywhere. Because if the US should fail to sort of meet its, well, I would say to meet its promises, to meet its sort of, what's the term? I'm forgetting words again today. Commitments. If the US fails to meet its commitments to an ally like Ukraine, then it sends a signal to many, many countries over the world that are actually in a similar situation to Ukraine, believe it or not, that the US is not an ally to be trusted. And among those countries that are potentially, well, among those countries that are looking closely at what's happening in Ukraine is a country in Asia that, in my opinion, is actually geopolitically in a quite similar position to Ukraine. It has historically had similar tensions with its neighbor to Ukraine and is now looking at the US and evaluating its options. And that country is, that's right, it is Vietnam. Vietnam that has been occupied historically by China for 1,000 years. Vietnam that has had wars with China. Vietnam that is experiencing a huge anti-China sentiment. Vietnam that is constantly afraid that China might want to get more territory at the expense of Vietnam. And we're going to take a look at an article that I've prepared especially for this topic, because It might not be a huge thing, but it is important to remember that the lack of aid has huge repercussions all over the world for all countries that consider themselves to be the allies of the United States. So let us take a look. Let us take a look. As the best streamer around, I'm gonna be the only person that's gonna be breaching this topic, so don't expect to hear about this from anyone else. From any other super political streamer, okay? I'm the only one. There can be only one, and the one is Lucy Haza. So you should watch the streams and stuff. Okay. What Vietnam can learn from the stalemate in Ukraine. The Russia-Ukraine war is heading towards a stalemate, with the recent Ukrainian counteroffensive failing to achieve a breakthrough. For Ukraine and the West, war fatigue is setting in. This is from October or November. It is not entirely new an article, but I think the point still stands. But Russian President Vladimir Putin is determined to keep his territorial gains. Putin has adopted a strategy of bleeding Ukraine white via the continued stationing of Russian troops on occupied territories. The Russian defensive posture means Ukraine will have to go on the offensive against dug-in Russian troops, which will allow Russia to fight a war of attrition that Ukraine cannot win. Even the Western ammunition supplies necessary to support Ukraine's offensive posture are under stress. Many Western analysts are now proposing that Ukraine accept a ceasefire and come to terms with the fact that Russia and things stand cannot be defeated, regardless of continued Western military support. That I actually disagree with. The support to Ukraine has been like a disaster. It's a disaster topic. And it has been a disaster topic from the very beginning. Ukraine should focus on rebuilding the territories still under its control instead of trying to take back those that Russia has seized. Which, the problem with Russia is that Russia is actually pretty openly taking part in an imperial building project. So it doesn't want just the territories that it will get now. It will want more from Ukraine. Ukraine is a crucial piece to Russia's imperial ambition. It basically always has. So why would that change now? The resources that Ukraine has to offer is basically too enticing for a place like Russia to just drop if they actually have an imperial ambition, and everything points to them having that ambition. What is playing out in Ukraine is eerily similar to how China punished Vietnam after their border war in early 1979. After China launched a surprise invasion of northern Vietnam on February 17th, it quickly captured 4 of the region's 6 provincial capitals. On March 4th, China captured Lang Son, the most important border town connecting Hanoi to China-Vietnam border. A day later, China declared that the gate to Hanoi was now open before declaring its withdrawal. After the withdrawal, China maintained a state of military stalemate to force Vietnam into submission. Frequent Chinese shelling of Vietnamese border towns and incursions put Vietnam on a constant wartime footing, and Vietnamese counteroffensives to retake strategic hilltops often ended in great casualties for Vietnam. As war fatigue in Vietnam and the Soviet Union set in, Vietnam realized that it could defend neither China nor Cambodia's Khmer Rouge. So in this case, the situation was also different because there was the Cambodian Khmer Rouge that Vietnam had to, like, the situation, while similar, in my opinion, is quite different here. Because, for one, Vietnam, Ukraine has has neighboring ally countries that can guarantee a ceaseless flow of support of weaponry, and Vietnam does not have that, and that is a huge difference. Having bordering countries that can keep the flow of arms going and not having that at all, it's like night and day when it comes to your defensive capabilities. It's not only the resources, but to maintain Slavic majority within Russia. Belarus and Ukraine are both important in this more ethnic-centric state model. That's right. Yeah, I would agree with that, definitely. I mean, China has occupied Vietnam for 1,000 years. China has occupied Vietnam for more than Russia has ever occupied Ukraine. 1,000 years is a long time. A close ally of China, whom it had driven from power in January 1979 by force. Hanoi then withdrew its occupying forces from Cambodia, accepted the Khmer Rouge as a legitimate political faction, and normalized relations with China on Chinese terms. The only difference between 1979 and the present situation in Ukraine is that Vietnam's alliance with the Soviet Union limited the scope and length of the Chinese invasion. Unlike Russia's occupation of eastern Ukraine, China did not occupy Vietnam's border provinces. Still, Vietnam gave in to Chinese pressure when its alliance treaty with the Soviet Union was still in effect. I mean, the land. The land. Vietnam has resources. There are still disputes between Vietnam and China about certain lands. Foreign policy making is in some senses a process of learning. Vietnam's current foreign policy of neutrality has been determined by the last war that it fought against China. Hanoi learned to renounce military alliances after its alliance with the Soviet Union failed to protect it from China. If the China-Vietnam War taught Vietnam about the limits of its alliance with the Soviet Union and the extent of Chinese punishment, the Russia-Ukraine war is teaching it valuable lessons about the limits of its security partnership with the US and the perils of being stuck in a war of attrition against China. I think they meant Russia. First, in Vietnam, if Vietnam was already skeptical of military alliances, oh no, it's China. First, if Vietnam was already skeptical of military alliances after the China-Vietnam War, it would now grow even warier of non-alliance security partnership with Washington. Vietnam's 2019 white paper states the one depend principle that depending on circumstances and specific conditions, Vietnam will consider developing necessary appropriate defense and military relations with other countries on the basis of respecting each other's independence, sovereignty, territorial unity, and integrity. Hypothetically, such a contingency means Hanoi will bet on U.S. military support if China bullies it. However, the war in Ukraine has shown Vietnam that although the US has been willing to provide its non-ally Ukraine with weapons and political backing, such support has not been enough to defeat Russia on the battlefield. And this is where I also have to interject and say that is because the support has been inadequate. Like, that is something that Ukraine has been saying from the very start, that the support is very reactive, that not enough that is what is needed is being given on time, that there are units that are missing crucial weaponry, that Ukraine is in a position that resupplyment of weaponry only happens when Ukraine is absolutely starting to run out, you know? So I'm pretty critical of this article so far. I'm actually pretty critical of this article because to say there's been support, but the support has not allowed Ukraine to win is a very misleading statement, you know? And there's a reason for that. The reason is that this statement sort of implies that the aid has been given in absolutely optimal and best possible way, and that there's no possible way for Ukraine to win even with aid, to which I will strongly disagree. Like, if the aid was given in quantities that would allow Ukraine to actually defend itself, then like it cannot be in a drip mode. Many experts, military experts, have been saying for a long time, for a few years now in fact, that it is not enough to drip help to Ukraine when it's starting to run out. You have to give Ukraine an advantage over the enemy. In fact, a crippling advantage would be preferable. So this is where I don't agree. Vietnam's geography is even worse than that of Ukraine, as Vietnam does not border a US ally, which can offer a steady flow of arms in times of war. I mean, this I can agree with because it's just factual. It's just fact. You know? So, I mean, I can agree with that. With that part of the article, I agree. This is a limitation in the capability of the US-Vietnam security partnership. So we can agree on that, definitely. There also exists a limitation in political will. American support for Ukraine has not been unwavering because the US fears an escalation and entrapment in a conflict with Russia. Washington limited the types of weapons it would give to Kyiv, which is a big mistake in my opinion, such as the ATACMs, long-range missiles, and F-16 fighter jets. For months, when US war fatigue sets in, especially with the lack of public support, I mean, there is public support for continued aid for Ukraine in the US, so we cannot be talking about the lack of public support. Actually, the main thing that stands in the way of aid for Ukraine is always the grand old party, the Republicans. For further aid to Ukraine and the prospect of an electoral victory by Donald Trump next year, the US may no longer be willing to support Ukraine's counteroffensives. Moreover, With the Israel-Palestine conflict once again flaring up, the US is increasingly distracted from Ukraine. Well, this is sort of not true anymore. This is not true anymore, as the Israel and Ukraine matters have been tied together alongside with the border thing. And they've all been struck down by the GOP because Trump must win elections and Biden must be taught a lesson in humility or something. If another China-Vietnam war happens, the US might not give Vietnam what it wants to execute the war for fear of escalation, or it might be distracted elsewhere. When US support for Vietnam decreases over time as China again adopts a bleeding Vietnam-wide strategy, Vietnam will be under pressure to yield to a settlement that is against its interests. And for a weak country depending on US weapons to balance against China, Vietnam cannot continue resisting China after the US withdraws its support. This was Vietnam's experience of being abandoned by the Soviet Union and having to give in to China's dominant position in Indochina after 1991. Yeah, it does in many ways. But that is why I have to talk about it, because nobody else does. But I can say one thing that is analogous. Both, if there was a China-Vietnam war, withdrawing aid, which is said here, would put Vietnam in a very bad position. And now, if the US keeps freezing its aid to Ukraine, Ukraine, of course, will be put in a very, very bad position. Which is why Europe is basically begging, stop being so weird, GOP. Once Vietnam realizes that Ukraine-US security partnership fails to deliver what Ukraine wants, it will have less faith in its partnership with the US and be forced to readjust its one depend principle. Which, I mean, the US is faltering with helping Ukraine right now. I think we can add this here. So yeah, I think it is fair that the whole world is basically looking, and though I disagree with the article's claims that aid was the factor that decided that aid sort of was not enough to help Ukraine. I think that it is fair to say that the world is looking and seeing what the US will do, especially probably places like China. Because Vietnam is not just an issue. You also have the topic of Taiwan, which is far more discussed. But I don't think we should totally discard the topic of Vietnam either, if that makes sense. You know? Does that make sense? There we go. There we go. So what did you think? Have you enjoyed this little topic? If you have enjoyed it, if you think you've heard for the first time about the Russia-Vietnam War, then subscribe, bell, etc. Okay? Bell me up. Whew. All right, we're going to the next thing. Since Karasu is here, we're going to our favorite topic. We're talking about it every single day. We're becoming basically experts. We're becoming experts on the topic of Viktor Orban in Hungary. I mean, Karasu has already been an expert on Orban for some time now, but I certainly haven't. I've certainly learned about Orban a lot lately. So we're going to look at another thing about Orban this time. And then, well, you'll see. You'll see. Where are you, Orban? Where are you, Viktor Orban? Here we go. EU extends olive branch to Viktor Orban to unlock Ukraine aid. A fairly new article from today. Also, today is gonna be the day when the funding gets sort of decided. So, fingers crossed, everybody, that a deal is reached with Viktor. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I have faith. Oh damn, since 98. EU extends olive branch to Viktor Orban. Last minute offer ahead of leaders summit falls short of Hungarian Prime Minister's demands. Brussels has made a last-minute offer to Hungary's prime minister in a bid to secure his support for the bloc's 50 billion euro financial aid to Ukraine, amid frenzied diplomatic efforts to reach a deal at summit of EU leaders on Thursday. In December, Viktor Orban vetoed the aid package, throwing into question EU support for Kyiv at a time when US military assistance is also stalled in Congress. Since then, pressure has been mounting on the Hungarian leader to drop his resistance to the funding. In its bid to convince Orban, Brussels has fluctuated between offering financial incentives and exploring the withholding of all EU funding. Wednesday's offer exposes a widespread fear among officials that they are running out of ways to exert leverage over the Hungarian leader, and underscores the level of frustration at his continual ability to disrupt the bloc's policies and extract concessions from the European Commission and his 26 allies. Which basically means, from my perspective, that Orban is getting what he wants. According to the draft seen by the Financial Times, the new proposal involves holding annual reviews of the next 4 years' worth of aid to Ukraine. However, contrary to Orban's demands, no single country would be able to veto the continued flow of aid following each review, which is something that Orban does not agree to. Orban wants to be able to veto the aid annually. So a review is not something that satisfies Viktor Orban. Okay, that it's not something that is satisfactory to Viktor Orban. According to that's we already seen this. Instead, EU leaders will hold a debate each year on the implementation of the Ukraine facility with a view to providing guidance on the EU approach towards the situation stemming from Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. The proposal was discussed at a meeting of EU member state ambassadors a day before the leaders gathered in Brussels to agree on the aid and a broader top-up of the bloc's common budget. On Sunday, the Financial Times reported that Brussels planned to strong-arm Orban into agreeing by exploiting his country's economic vulnerabilities. The report prompted fierce backlash from Budapest and frantic diplomacy from other EU officials. So basically, the Financial Times said that the EU is planning to sort of undermine Hungary's economy should it not play ball, and it feels like Brussels is not really comfortable with such an assessment and has denied it completely. Failure to anonymously back the 50 billion euro 4-year package would force the rest of the bloc to seek out more costly and time-consuming alternatives to secure the continued flow of EU aid to Ukraine. Hungary's representative at an EU ambassador meeting on Wednesday responded to the latest proposal by reiterating that Budapest demanded an annual veto on the Ukraine funding, according to a person briefed on the discussion. So this is a thing that Hungary is just not willing to move on. They want an annual veto right, which from the perspective of Hungary, that would make perfect sense, or rather from the perspective of Viktor Orban, because an annual veto would mean an annual opportunity to strengthen the regime, which we've talked about quite a few times on here. Other EU ambassadors said they would not accept such a veto, but were open to the proposed compromise and were focused on finding a deal acceptable to all 27 countries. The level of nervousness is quite high, said one EU diplomat involved in the negotiations with Budapest. We will see in the summit room what flexibility Orban has, which will be today. Today is the 1st of February. To date, we do not have this agreement, said a second EU diplomat. Asked on Wednesday about the possibility of reaching a deal on local television station ATV, Balázs Orbán, the Hungarian Prime Minister's political director, said, "We are negotiating," which is a little bit of an evasive answer. Basically a non-answer. We are negotiating is not exactly, I mean, it is an answer, but it doesn't tell us much. Since the FT's report on Sunday, Orban has doubled down on his resistance to pressure from the EU. We made a compromise proposal. In return, we were blackmailed by Brussels. We will defend our interests. Hungary cannot be blackmailed, the Hungarian leader wrote on X on Tuesday. Which is basically interesting because this is turning into a back and forth blackmail situation, which, again, Brussels has denied aggressively. One nuclear option for the EU would be to try to strip Orban of his voting rights, which would require the agreement of all other countries in the bloc. However, other EU capitals are very cautious about triggering such a process, though officials say their level of frustration is high. If we enter a scenario where we have a member state blackmailing, it was okay once, twice. I'm not sure if it will fly in the long term, said a senior EU official. Should Orban refuse to drop his veto on Thursday, officials say the remaining 26 leaders will work on alternative solutions to fund Kyiv. It is clear that you have a commitment from 26 member states to deliver aid to Ukraine, said the EU official. The most immediate option would be to extend an existing loan scheme for 2024. This can be done by qualified majority, allowing the unanimity requirement to be bypassed. The 26 countries would have to set up two separate intergovernmental schemes to allow the bloc to transfer grants and loans to Ukraine for the rest of the period. This solution is costly and cumbersome, however. As in many countries, it would require parliamentary approval, which is why the EU is trying to pursue the 50 billion euro solution rather than the this one, because parliamentary approval of individual states is a much more lengthy time, and Ukraine does not have time to wait. A failure to adopt Ukraine aid anonymously would also throw into doubt whether an additional 4 billion euro for migration and defense, part of the broader EU budget update, would be adopted by EU 27 leaders. So there we have it. So far the situation is like this. Orban is saying that he wants the annual vote, the annual ability to veto funding. And that is not something that he seemingly wants to budge on. That is not something that Orban is willing to budge on, it seems. The issue is that they were fine with striking a deal with Orban for the sake of keeping the state deficit under 3% for the German car companies, for People's Party alliance winning. That's true. The question is, will they be fine to strike a deal with Orban tomorrow? That is the question. Because that would mean that they will have to strike a deal with Orban every single year, basically, to keep him from vetoing continued aid, which would probably mean continued annual new investment opportunities for Hungary and the solidification of Orban's reign. That would be de facto it, in my opinion, if the European Union agrees to the annual deal thing. Right? Because obviously the European Union understands that should Orban have this weapon in his arsenal, of course he will pressure the EU annually to give him something for him to be happy with. But the deciding moment is today. The deciding thing is today. We will see. We will see what happens. I think they've already. I think they already struck a deal, though. It is the maintaining of the power within Hungary. I mean, it does feel, from the pressure that is on the European Union side, even forgetting for a second about Orban and his motivations, the EU is really pressured to not have to pursue alternative methods of funding. And the EU really does not want to strip Hungary from its voting rights. And I think the reason for that is that there are countries that are worried that once utilized against Hungary, it could very well be utilized at some point against them. That is how I see it. That is why I think the EU is so reluctant of using this tool. Even though technically speaking, it's been triggered against Poland and it's underway against Poland. But for Poland, it has been going for a few years now. So it seems like even the article about stripping the voting rights of a country is triggered. The procedure seems to be going for years. Like it's been going for years for Poland. So I'm not sure why would it go any faster for Hungary should it be triggered. So we'll see. We'll just have to see how the vote goes. We'll just have to see what happens today. Today is a big deciding moment. Okay, that's it for this segment. Now I'm going for more. Now I'm going for domestic affairs, okay? I'm going to my turf, my personal turf, Poland. Also, we need to reform the whole European Union system. Well, what worries me, what makes me sad, is that I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. You know? I don't think European Union reform is going to happen anytime soon, especially during the war in Ukraine. I don't think it's going to happen. Like, actually, incorporating Ukraine would be the perfect moment to sort of, at the same time, do some real reforms in the European Union system as a whole. That would be the perfect moment to do it, if you think about it. But on the other hand, like, it would be great if it would happen. But the big question from me is, does the European Union even want to do those reforms within the system? After all, even though the European Union is frustrated right now, it has benefited from the system being the way it is till now. Because, sure, it has enabled Orban, but Orban has also provided benefits to the European Union in exchange. Was a mutually beneficial deal for two parties involved. So I have to wonder, does the European Union have the will to actually implement the political changes needed? Or is it just sort of a, you know? Do you know what I mean? It would have to be a pretty strong motivating factor. I mean, maybe this whole stalemate situation with Hungary would be such a motivating factor. That maybe the deal that we've made with Orban in the past was not worth what's happening now with the aid to Ukraine, and we need to enact some real systemic changes at the EU level. Maybe that is what's going to happen, but I'm not really sure if I believe it or not. Does that make sense? I'm skeptical on some level. Okay, but now we're going to Poland. Poland is the king of Poland is the sarcastic song that Polish people sing because Poland has a lot of arrogance about it. Poland believes itself to be the greatest country in the world, the bestest country in the world, the strongest country in the world. So the situation in the country is as such. the new government has taken reins. The old government became the opposition. The opposition is calling the new government tyrannical, unconstitutional, and a puppet to a newly emerging German empire. Unconstitutional, as it turns out, is the key word here. It is the key term here because while the old government has left the premises and the new government under the new Prime Minister Donald Tusk has formed, there still linger elements of the old regime because the old government has managed to undermine a lot of elements of democracy. One of those elements is the currently sitting president, Andrzej Duda, who is, as we all know, a law and justice stooge. That is one. Two is the so-called Constitutional Committee, and its job is to check if bills put forward and, for example, the budget of a new government, is it made in a constitutional way? Okay. So far, so good. So, the newly formed government has been tasked with presenting a project of the budget to the new president by the end of last month, January. And the government has done it. The budget has been given to President Andrzej Duda. But this presents to the Law and Justice President certain opportunities that, best case scenario, might stall all procedures of the new government, and worst case scenario could lead to a total dissolvement of the new government and early election to the parliament. And that is if the president would send the project of the budget to the Constitutional Committee, and that Constitutional Committee, which, by the way, is the second element of the old government, is filled with law and justice stooges right now. So should those law and justice stooges decide that the budget proposed by the new government is unconstitutional, this could in effect lead to the dissolvement of the current government, the new one, and holding an early election for the parliament, in which the old government and its Law and Justice Party could try once again to hold reins of power. And recently, the Law and Justice Party has been holding many rallies in many cities, fear-mongering about the new government being unconstitutional, tyrannical, about it being slaves to the new German Empire. The leader of the Law and Justice Party has directly compared Donald Tusk, the new prime minister, to Adolf Hitler. That Adolf Tusk is trying to make his word law, and said that the allies of law and justice must fight hard in order to push the new government out of power in the ballot box and not allow it to return ever again. And now, this situation, which everybody has been speculating on whether or not it would happen, has happened. The president has sent the budgetary project to the Constitutional Committee, and now we are waiting to see if they will declare the budget to be constitutional or not. And from there, possibly we will see what happens if such a decision is made. It's not been made yet. For now, the president has sent the budget to the Constitutional Committee. So he has done one of the steps that people have speculated that he might do. But also, the president has not stopped at sending the budget to the Constitutional Committee. He has actually declared that since the new government is so bad, so tyrannical, so unconstitutional, that him, Andrzej Duda, as the sole guardian of democracy, as the sole guardian of the letter of the law, from now on moving forward, will send every single proposed bill by the new government to the Constitutional Committee to be reviewed. Every single new proposed bill by the new government will be sent by President Duda to that committee. Do you know how crazy that sounds? Well, that's the thing, Karasu. That is a thing for the commission to demonstrate, and that is a thing for the commission to sort of claim. That claim has not been made by the commission yet. President Duda has simply sent the budget to the committee because he said that he has doubts about it. He has not specified what these doubts are, but he nonetheless has sent the budget to be reviewed by the Constitutional Committee, and that committee's job is to check on whether or not things are constitutional or not. And I will remind that that committee is fully packed with law and justice loyalists, which makes the situation quite tense and quite worrisome. Best case scenario, the committee will not declare the budget to be unconstitutional, in which case the government will just continue operating as normal. But the president also said that he will send every single proposed bill by the new government to that same commission. So every single bill put forward by the new government will be stalled by a full review by a commission. Every single one. That is so Polish. That is such a Polish state of affairs that I don't even know what to say. You have to live here to experience, to fully appreciate the Polish way of things. Okay, you have to be, and that's why I'm sharing this with all of you. I'm sharing the amazing politics of Poland with you all. And actually, Donald Tusk, the new prime minister, has issued a tweet about it. Yes, because we live in the world where unironically though, we live in a world where responses to big political events happen on Twitter. So the Prime Minister has issued a response on Twitter. The response is actually very short and to the point. It is sort of supposed to be a very reassuring message, which I guess is the best you can do in such a situation, but we're gonna read the tweet anyway. We're gonna finish this segment on reading the tweet because, quite frankly, there is not much more that I can say about this. This is one of those other situations where we have to wait and see what happens, and we have to continue to monitor the situation as it develops. I just hope the worst case scenario will not come to pass, because that would be disastrous. That would be actually disastrous. Keep in mind, if the worst case scenario comes to pass, that would be disastrous not only for Poland, but for example for Ukraine as well, because it would disrupt the functioning of the parliament completely, because there would be no parliament, there would be a new election, and then a new government would have to form and start operating and create a new budget to again send to the president. But even the good case scenario, from what President Duda is saying, would be disastrous, for example, for Ukraine. What if, for example, the new government puts forward a bill for a new aid package or whatever for Ukraine, and President Duda decides, you know what, I'm going to send this to the committee. I'm going to send this one to the constitutional committee. Right? So you can see why this would be but the Prime Minister has sent a pretty calm and let's not worry, don't worry about it type of message. And that is this. The budget is signed. That is what we wanted. The rest does not matter. The money will go to the people. Nothing can stop this. That is basically the statement by Donald Tusk, the Prime Minister. The budget is signed. That is what it was all about. Nothing else matters. The money will get to the people. Nothing can stop it. So I guess we are sort of. I am trans, yes. I am a trans person, yes. So, I guess we're ending the segment on a somewhat positive note. Right? We've managed to finish on a positive note, I think. And that is something that we can all celebrate. That the Prime Minister, amongst all of the weird happenings and being compared to Adolf Hitler, was able to keep his cool and calmly respond to the actions of the president. So if you've enjoyed this little piece of the Polish world, if you would like more Polish, which I'm not just gonna use this as like a bit for promotion at the end of a segment. Like tell me if you're actually interested in hearing about Poland, because Polish politics have been described as an underserved sort of topic. And I'm pretty sure I am the only person talking about Polish politics at all online. I don't think there exists any other English-speaking political streamer that talks about Poland per se, or Polish politics in any way. Bobby Roman, hello. You're interested. Perfect. Perfection. Then I will provide more Poland. I'm interested as well. Perfect. Perfect. And we'll get more Poland. I actually have more Poland. If you're interested. There you go. Oh. Okay. If you're really interested in Poland, then I do have a second topic. Healthcare. I've seen healthcare being actually discussed in the chat today during the debate. When I've been reacting to the debate with the Destiny and Chang. True, be a premium viewer. And donate. It's a new month, so it's a new monthly budget thing. It's a new month, it's a new dawn. So let's go. So, healthcare. As you may know, or not know, Poland has a sort of a public system of healthcare in which people pay insurance and in turn are eligible for certain medical services, hospital services, like doctor visit services, and many other stuff, things like that. Surgeries, procedures, rehabilitation. But the road to making reforms to the system as to people would have to wait less in lines in order to get a visit to a doctor has been difficult. And the new Minister of Health is currently placing the blame solely on the old government that has just been ousted out of power. This topic sort of touches me personally in a lot of ways because last year has been the year of me taking care of my mom after she was driven into by a motor scooter, an electric scooter, and the national healthcare system has failed her sort of in a way, partially, because she did have a swift surgery for free and was done by a pretty good specialist. But rehabilitation was a whole different matter. My mom would have to wait for rehabilitation for at least 6 months. At least 6 months. And I've also been directly sort of affected by this problem because, as you may know, I've had a little bit of a mental crisis lately, which ended up with me being in a hospital. And that whole thing went well. That whole thing is an example of public healthcare system working actually very well, for me at least. And for that particular thing, I didn't even need to have insurance. It's just free to all people across the board, including like the homeless. But right now, I would like to pursue some therapy because just being in the hospital is not, will not just help you magically. Your problems will not just magically go away. Your issues will not magically just poof, they're gone. And I've called the National Mental Health Center to sort of be able to start the therapy. And I've been told that I can get an initial meeting with a specialist in 14 days, which on its own is already 14 years of wait, but that's not such a huge amount of time. 14 days is not a lot. But then I've been informed that when it comes to continuous therapy itself, the average waiting time is 2 years. To which my eyes widened and I said, 2 years? I'm going to have to wait 2 years for therapy. And the lady who spoke to me said, yeah, on average, you're basically going to have to wait 2 years. So do you want that initial visit in 14 days? And I said, well, yeah, sign me up for the initial thing. But the 2-year thing really, really, like, worries me. What am I supposed to do for the 2 years? Of course, the answer is obvious. I'm going to have to go private. Which, on average, private sort of type of therapy costs a minimum of $50 per session, which might not feel like a huge sum for US dwellers, but it is a huge sum for a Polish dweller, because you have to have this regularly, so it becomes like, and Polish currency is like, you take the US dollars and you multiply them by 4, basically. So that's my entry. And we, of course, have an article that speaks on why we have to wait so long for medical procedures in Poland, as we do. That being a Polish topic, that being an internal Polish thing, I was only able to secure naturally a Polish language article about this. So this is going to be another exercise in translation on my part when it comes to this topic. So we're going to be seeing a lot of Polish right now. Minister of Health about the queues to specialists. We cannot fix it all at once. We cannot wave a magic wand and change everything all at once. People are smart and know that the government in recent years, instead of investing in medical services, was busy investing in propaganda. We will not be able to fix this in a couple of weeks. Such a statement was done in a radio interview by the new Minister of Health. When she was asked as to when can we expect the queues to be shortened, Izabela Leszczyna was also asked to comment about the information about the signing by the president of the new budget. We've talked about it, the one that he sent to the committee, and that he has announced that all bills will be put through the Constitutional Committee to check if certain members of the parliament who are deemed criminals would be able to vote on those bills. The answer was, that is something that has no real value for the lives of the citizens. We will do our job, responded the guest of the radio host. And that was it. Not to create legal chaos. Maybe within the next bills, the president will not sign them and just send them to the Constitutional Committee. And I think the Prime Minister has already found an answer to this. Then we will shorten the term of the current Sejm and we will have early elections. And I am sure that the voters will only be disgusted and angry. If the president will continue to treat the country as a plaything, the people might get really angry. When will the queues to specialists shorten? And again, we cannot use a magical wand to just fix everything all at once. Of course, I would like that very much, and I understand all those that are waiting for a visit from a specialist. But they have the right to be very angry. People are smart and know that the government has been busy propagandizing instead of investing in the medical sector. During the COVID pandemic has caused through horrible because the pandemic has been mishandled by the government, we now have a huge debt within the Ministry of Health. We will not be able to fix that within a few weeks. We need a few things. Apart from the fact that everybody knows that we don't have enough doctors, what should we do with the human capital? What should we do with the capital that we already have? What should we do to better allocate it? First of all, I do not understand why for so many years a central internet registration has not been established. When will such a registration process be implemented? I would like it to be I would like it to happen within a few months. Certainly not after a full year. And that is one of the ways in which queues could be shortened. The second is building systems of that the doctors themselves could utilize, because he has to sort of write out the receipts for medicines, for example. How do you call it in English even? Not receipts. Prescription. That's right. Prescriptions. So the doctor has to write out a prescription. He has to agree to, he has to ascertain how much of the uh, prescription, he has to ascertain how much of the prescription would be refunded from the national health care system, and write in a whole slew of data. We will simplify that system, and it has to be friendly. I have talked with the IT people, and the systems have to finally be integrated to work with one another. They have to work through getting information from one another. So that a doctor would not have to inform the main Bureau of Data about the level of education of a deceased patient, which is a wild thing. There is a thing called the main Bureau of Information, which gathers all the data about various things in Poland. A doctor that will not have to give out such information to certain places will have more time for patients, which will of course shorten queues, because the more time a doctor has for the patients, the more patients a doctor can see per day. The Minister of Defense was also asked about the state of this about the state of the psychiatric care for the children. After the initial consultations with the countrywide consultant when it comes to child psychiatry, where we're starting a new team that will decide how 3 billion zlotys that have been allocated by Donald Tusk for psychiatry can be distributed. New psychiatry funds. And I have to say that psychiatry is actually in certain ways not in a bad place in Poland. I mean, the 2-year waiting for therapy is bad, but the way the hospital worked when I was there was really good. So that's like, Izabela Reszczynska has promised in the internet portion of the afternoon talk that more doctors will be able to get into child psychiatry. We want to make it easier for the doctors without lowering the standard, she said. And we need good psychiatrists to cooperate with schools. The child must be taken care of in school. The new Minister of Education, Barbara Nowacka, is determined that schools need real psychologists that would work in them, and the psychologists must be paid well. Then, the second level, places that would, psychology sort of centers for children with psychiatrists. We are meeting with a team that will ascertain what the best course of action would be to take care of the children by allocating additional funds. Okay. So this is where we are. What did you think of this segment? Was it informative? Did it teach you anything new about the Polish healthcare system? Does it compare in any way to the healthcare system in your country? How's this healthcare system in your country? How does it work? Interesting thing is about the whole thing, which was repeated time and time again in the article, that the old government has allocated a huge amount of money to its public TV. And now, because it was a propaganda tube, and now the new government will take all that surplus money from that was supposed to go to the national television and invest it in healthcare, among other the children's psychiatry part of healthcare. That is what was quoted to be the exact money that will be used, where the money will be taken from to allocate to improve healthcare. And the answer is cutting the budget of the national television that has been a propaganda tube for the Law and Justice Party. And the Law and Justice Party has actually put an enormous enormous amount of money to the public TV. A disgusting amount of money. So thank you for this one. This was very nice. It's a very Polish-centric stream today, which is why I'm not surprised that people are sort of falling off, because Poland, I understand that Poland and Polish affairs of healthcare are not the mainstream topics that will bring me the views. It's not gonna be the thing that will bring me thousands of viewers, probably. I'm worried if I should even start the topic of the local elections. Are you interested in Polish local elections? Do you know what the Polish local elections are? Are you interested in hearing a little bit about that? Are you interested? Why did you have to get political? Damn, my bad. I shouldn't have. But I need to. I got political so you wouldn't have to. Poetic poser. I did it for you, actually. I did it for you personally. I went political so you wouldn't have to. Yes, I know next to nothing about Poland. I'm interested in learning more. Well then. I'm gonna respond to your cries of help. I'm gonna respond to your plea to learn more about Poland by hitting the Wikipedia. The Wikipedia is our favorite page after all, isn't it? That is where Destiny learns about everything, so why not, right? If Destiny can do it, I can do it. Thank you, my savior. True. You're welcome. Local elections in Poland from Wikipedia. Did you donate? Wait, me? Did I donate to Destiny? No. But you can donate to me. Wait, you keep getting asked if I donated to who? And who are you getting asked by? Wait, hold on. Who is asking you if you've... Wait, hold on. Okay, you have to explain yourself to me now. You have to explain yourself. Explain yourself, please, or forever be silent. Actually, don't be silent. That's a lie. You should chat more. Don't be silent. Forget about that comment. Don't be silent. Whatever you do, don't be silent. Okay, that would be horrible if you were to go silent. To Wikipedia? Oh no, of course not. Of course I haven't. That's not how I roll. That's not how I roll. Local elections in Poland consist of elections to local assemblies and elections of municipality, town and city mayors. Elections are ruled by the Prime Minister and are held together between the third and fourth months between the end of the 5-year term of local assemblies. Last local elections took place in the autumn of 2018. Okay. Damn. And we're gonna have a new local election in a few months. Are you excited for that? Are you excited for the new local elections in Poland? I should so cover them when they happen. I'm sure this will bring me covering elections, and what is, after all, what brings in the views. So I'm sure this is gonna be like the time when this channel is going to explode, because covering elections always brings in the views, you know, and the rapid growth. So I'm gonna, as the shield that I am, I'm going to pursue this hot topic of Polish local elections. It's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be awesome. Awesome. So there's an article about it by our local gay politician, Biedroń. By our local queer politician, Robert Biedroń. This is him, our number one queer politician. Biedroń has revealed that the talks of a joint start have not even begun. Talks about a joint start in the local elections have not even started, as told to the radio by Robert Biedroń from the New Left Wing, because, of course, the queer politician of Poland would be from a left-wing party. That is a given. In his talk with Piotr Solak, he has commented the decision of Donald Tusk about the registration of the People's Coalition, the Civic Coalition, to the local elections, which is planned for April, the 7th of April. And the second turn for mayors and other sort of local leaders will happen 2 years later. Not 2 years later. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to cut out this horrible mistake. 2 weeks later, of course. This is a mistake for the whole coalition. I don't know who decided this, but I think this is a mistake for the whole coalition that's in the government right now, said Biedroń, by stressing that for such a cooperation, we need to have all sides engaged. For this tango to work, we needed 3 sides: the left wing, the civic coalition, and the third way. Such a thing has not occurred. Everyone will walk their own way and stress the differences between us. I think this is a mistake. I think that the voters were expecting that we will continue to cooperate also on a local level, not just on the big governmental level. According to Biedroń, splitting the coalition on a local level into 3 separate electoral blocks will make it harder to fight against law and justice on a local level, because law and justice might still sort of win local elections as well, right? Especially where the enemy has advantage. We will form a wide line with our left wing. Biedroń does not hide his disappointment with the lack of cooperation, but also stresses that the left wing will not give up. He announces that he will organize a lot of different organizations and movements and ecological and women's rights initiatives on the local level. We will create a huge wave of left-wing policy. He said that the left wing is ready to fight for the access to public services and education and healthcare and transport, and that the left wing will show the voters that it is ready to fight for their access to better quality of such things. Biedroń about the future of the ruling coalition. The decision about the lack of cooperation at a local level of the ruling coalition has put into question its future. Biedroń has declared that although there are differences that might show during the campaign, the leaders of the wider movements might prove to be the guarantors of the stability of the coalition itself. We as leaders have to be the guarantees that this coalition will continue to exist for the good of Poland, said Biedroń, while stressing that unity is important in the face of challenges. So now you have learned about the Polish local elections. Isn't that exciting? Samrion, I'm Polish, but I want to hear your opinion on it. I think it's a mistake as well. I think the coalition should not break on the local level. I think it should have sort of created a unified front, Samnyor. Also, why are you white? You should donate. What did you think, Samnyor? What do you think of my coverage of Polish affairs as a Polish person? Your review of these Polish segments interest me. What do you think? What is your opinion? It's good. Thank you. Then we will continue tomorrow with more Polish segments than ever. What else have I got for today? Oh, so many things. What is this? Another article that I could criticize. Oh, this one we will go through. This one we will go through. Okay? Are you ready for the next one? So there's been a lot of talk about the so-called Ukraine fatigue, which is one of the worst ways to describe the thing, since to me personally, nobody has, except for Ukrainians themselves, no one else has the right to be fatigued by this war. But as it turns out, the most insidious meaning of the term war fatigue is Western countries being tired of supporting Ukraine financially or militarily, which is completely ridiculous and completely unreasonable considering the low cost and high gain from supporting Ukraine on these fronts. As we're about to learn from a pretty interesting article from Financial Times titled Ukraine fatigue is unpardonable. We cannot pardon Ukraine fatigue. And we will not. Western countries have the resources but now must display the will to ensure Russia does not prevail. At the annual meeting of the World Economic Forum in Davos 2 weeks ago, President Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine asserted that if anybody thinks this is only about us, this is only about Ukraine, they are fundamentally mistaken, which I agree wholeheartedly with. Russia is engaging in an empire building project, and Ukraine is just one step in the way of that project. On the way of that project. Both the assertion and the question were to the point. What is happening in and to Ukraine challenges Western values and Western interests. It challenges our values because Ukraine has proven with its resources, its blood, and its will the desire to be free, independent, and democratic country. It challenges our interests because it could, if independent, be a bulwark against Russia. Since Putin's Russia is the most dangerous revanchist power on on the continent since Hitler's Germany. Europe seems sure to need it. Military spending has caused huge increases in fiscal deficits. General fund of the state budget billions of Ukrainian hryvnia. Dark blue is revenues, light blue is expenditures, and we're going year by year. 2021 expenditures has been slightly bigger than revenues, right? Not a huge difference. 2022, the gap is widening. 2023, the gap is getting pretty damn wide. Source: Center of Economic Strategy, Ukraine Finance Ministry. Moreover, given its post-Soviet history of corruption and division and the relative size of the two countries, what Ukraine has achieved is astonishing. A new nation is being born out of the fire, which it's a very nice saying, but I think that the Ukrainian nation has been alive for a while now. Many, notably Vladimir Putin and his cronies, believed Ukraine would collapse in days. In fact, Russia has made little military progress since March 2022. Again, despite the loss of territory, the loss of manpower through immigration, conscription, injury, and death, and the material costs of fighting this war, the economy too is doing remarkably well. That also can continue provided the assistance Ukraine desperately needs is forthcoming. And should it not come, Ukraine will have to let go of many of its public servicemen. It will need to stop paying parental leave, stop paying things like retirement money. The combined EU and the US are the dominant sources of assistance to Ukraine. Total value of cumulative commitment in billions of euro and the US. The combined US $71.4 billion euro. Oh, it's in euro. The UK has given 13 billion euro. Norway has given 7.3 billion euro, Japan 6.8 billion euro, Canada 6 billion euro, EU institutions 84.9 billion euro, Germany 21 billion euro, Poland 4.3 billion euro, and this is where things get embarrassing. Okay? Which country has a bigger economy? Riddle me this. Which country has a bigger economy? Poland or France? I'm willing to bet that France has a stronger economy than Poland. I am willing, in fact, to bet that the Czech Republic, because it has been for a long time a fact that the Czech Republic has had a stronger economy than Poland. So if that is the case, I'm betting Sweden as well, to be quite honest, and especially Switzerland. So my question is, why does Poland contribute 4.3 billion euro while France contributes 1.7? The Czech Republic contributes 1.5. Switzerland 2.3. How does Poland undo all of these countries when it comes to the total value of its aid. How? That should not be happening. That absolutely should not be happening. This is embarrassing. Okay, this is very embarrassing. Poland is not a rich country. It's a relatively poor country still. So it should not be second after Germany in aid. It should be outdone by many of the countries listed here. Like, this should not be happening. You know? At the end of March 2023, the IMF approved a 15.6 billion US dollars extended fund facility EFF program as part of a $115 billion support package. This included structural reforms aimed at preparing the country for EU membership. On December 11, 2023, the IMF's board stated, the authorities have made strong progress towards their EFF commitments under challenging conditions, meeting all applicable quantitative performance criteria through end June and indicative targets through end September, and the majority of structural benchmarks through end October. The combined EU and US are the dominant source of assistance to Ukraine. Commitments of support to Ukraine up to October. Military, non-military, which is interesting. EU are mainly non-military and a little bit of military institutions. And the US is somewhat the opposite. Mainly the military organizations and less non-military ones. No less remarkable was the economic performance when the EFF was agreed last March. The fund forecast GDP growth at between 3 and plus 1% in 2023. Staff now expected to be close to 5%. There was huge damage in 2022 with a 29% fall in GDP. But in 2023, despite everything, the economy stabilizes. Similarly, despite everything, so did the battlefield. Ukraine did not achieve the progress it hoped for, but Russia made no advances either, and continues to suffer heavy losses of men and armament. As shared of GDP assistance from European countries, notably some small ones, are the smallest ones. So basically, some of the countries that are contributing most are Lithuania, Estonia, Latvia, Poland, Slovakia. You know, the countries that are basically right next to Ukraine are contributing more. And I would attribute that to the fact that those countries understand probably the stakes the most, which would make sense. But those countries are also small, okay? Which again, it's embarrassing. The biggest contribution comes from small ones. The largest contributions. Spain, 0.73. Austria, 0.17. Hungary, 0.57, which, considering Hungary's policy, does not surprise me in the slightest. But Germany, 0.52. Come on. What could Germany achieve if it gave 1.5% of its GDP instead of 0.52? Netherlands, 0.43. Yet for all its achievements in war, Ukraine can only endure if it receives the wholehearted and timely support of Western powers. Timely is a pretty crucial word here. The Center for Economic Strategy in Ukraine notes that about half of the state budget is spent on defense. If the West wishes to prevent Ukraine collapse or the risk of indefinite war, it must provide the resources it needs. According to Ukraine's finance ministry, last year's external financing was $42.5 billion. This year's need is down to $37.3 billion. The danger is that while last year the flow of financing was prompt and adequate, this year that looks unlikely to be true. The EU needs to agree its 50 billion program this week. If it fails to do so, the Ukrainian government might be forced to print money, engage in risky short-term borrowing, or cut vital spending. And by vital spending, we mean the spending that is not related to military spending. So social workers, maternal leave, again, things like retirement money, things like that, which again, we will see a massive refugee crisis from this if it comes to pass. European energy subsidies dwarf support for Ukraine, as on this graph. While there seems little likelihood that the EU will fail to deliver in the end, despite Viktor Orban's vile opposition, the same is not true for the US. As Anne Applebaum, the famous author of the book The Red Hunger, which I have the Polish edition of. Here we go. Anne Applebaum. As Anne Applebaum argues in The Atlantic, there is a risk that Congress will abandon Ukraine. Some Republicans, it seems, really do prefer Putin's Russia to Zelensky's Ukraine. Others wish to fall in line with Donald Trump's selfish wish to prevent a deal that might ameliorate the crisis on the southern border. That would be particularly serious for the supply of arms the US alone can give. In brief, we are watching what has come to be called Ukraine fatigue. Yet the arguments for stopping Russia from destroying Ukraine have in no way diminished. On the contrary, the behavior and rhetoric of the Russian government have, if anything, gotten worse. The extension of totalitarian control over the occupied regions of Ukraine is horrifying. This is an attempt to eliminate the aspirations and identity of a people. Former Russian President Dmitry Medvedev threatens eternal war until Russia gets Ukraine. And what might Russia want next? The Baltics? Eastern Europe? And what might China want if it sees such a collapse in Western aid? Good question. Taiwan? Vietnam? The sky's the limit for Russia, especially since China in Asia is considered basically the Russian equivalent. US spending on past wars dwarfs spending for Ukraine. US military expenditure in wars versus aid to Ukraine average annual cost as percentage of GDP at the time. Korea, 2.77 GDP. Vietnam, 0.96. Iraq, 0.67. Afghanistan, 0.25. And now let's prepare for Ukraine. How much aid is Ukraine receiving? How much of the GDP? 0.19%. 0.19%. So it's an extremely low amount. Even though for many vocal anti-Ukraine aid supporters, or rather anti-aid advocates, the argument is the money that is spent for Ukraine could be used to help the infrastructure, to help the homeless, to help with the healthcare. But the reality is that, first of all, it's 0.19% of the budget. So it's such a small amount that it does not affect anything when it comes to the US infrastructure. Second of all, infrastructure in the US probably has a totally different segment of the budget allocated to it. Those are separate, not related things at all. Budget spending does not work like that. If we spend it here, then we absolutely cannot spend it here. Especially that's true for the US and its budget. And also, the grand old party that has been blocking aid to Ukraine for some time now is similarly not interested in infrastructure or healthcare. They're not interested. They're not interested in investing in those. You can trust me on that. The Republicans do not want to improve infrastructure. In fact, I'm pretty sure that Ben Shapiro in his debate with Stephen Banel II has said that ideally there would be no new bills and no new things. So, yet aiding Ukraine is also cheap. No Western soldiers are at risk. The sums to be agreed this year amount to less than 0.25% of the combined GDP of the EU, UK, and the US. The argument that this is unaffordable is ridiculous. As I noted on February 28, 2023, which, by the way, February 28th happens to be my birthday, these sums are dwarfed by those spent on energy subsidies in Europe and on earlier US wars. Personally, I find entirely persuasive the arguments from Robert Zoellick and others that the frozen Russian reserves can and must be used for the benefit of the country Putin is trying to destroy. This seems entirely just, but even without that, providing Ukraine with the resources and armaments it needs is a remarkable bargain set against the moral and material costs of a feeble and reckless abandonment. In the end, of course, there must be peace, but it must be peace with honor. That will only come if Russia realizes that this time might will not be allowed to be right. The West has the resources to ensure this. The question is, as the minister asked, whether it believes enough in itself to show the will. If not, the price could prove to be beyond reckoning. In other words, if we do not support Ukraine now, we might all be screwed in the future because of the ambitious Russian empire building projects. So what do you think? What are your opinions, my fellow gigglers? Whew. I feel pooped. It's been over 5 hours of streaming. We've been streaming for over 5 hours. So maybe it's time to retire to bed. And by that, I mean I'll be reading. Yeah, it's time to finish. 5 hours plus is a long stream. So love and solidarity. Boom. We love our non-binary siblings. Good night.